Hello, everyone. Could I have your attention, please? Hello, welcome. My name is Georgia Newman. I'm the Deputy Director for Creative Ireland, and welcome everyone to our second ever Isle of Wight Creative Industries Conference 2.0. Yes, thank you. That's the mood for today. Before we get started, I just want to run through a few housekeeping bits. The toilets are straight through that door there, which has a toilet sign on it. And we'll be based here for all of today. We will let you go at some point. You're not going to be captive. But if there is a fire alarm, please just assemble out into the car park through the doors which you came. And lunch, very importantly, will be served at 12 o'clock. And it will be in here in this room as well. So we will be here. We're all running to time, but I might gently move things along if we're sort of lagging a bit. We've got a lot to get through today. If you can keep your phones on silent, that would be most appreciated when people are speaking. You can, of course, use your phones, take notes, take photos, be on social media, tag us on everything. Just tag away and use all the hashtags, all of them. We are live streaming, hence all the cameras and the media team, Skinny Mammoth. Thank you guys so much for setting this up. We're live streaming and recording to our YouTube channel. So if you're watching online, you can see everything that's happening today and take part as well. And my colleague Sam Catty is somewhere around here with the purple hair over there, and she's waving. We'll be fielding all your questions online as well and taking photos throughout today. The first part of the day will involve some quick fire presentations, and thank you in advance to our speakers for coming along today, some across the Solent. And then we'll have our lunch, followed by our amazing keynote and facilitated workshop, and then a panel discussion, which will also involve a Q&A with you. So yes, your participation is required again. If you came here in 2024, that's exactly what we did. But today is all about future making creativity with purpose. We do have optional focus tables at the end of the day from 3:30. If you've emailed me which focus table you want to be on, brilliant, you're on it. If you haven't, bad luck. No, you can still join. There's still places. And that's all taking place in here. So today we want to talk about moving forward with clarity, with confidence, and all about being sustainable as well. So I'm going to hand over to our Director of Creative Ireland, Gavin Stride, to really open today. So welcome, Gavin.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. Did anyone else notice the International Energy Agency last week talking about how we deal with the current crisis and war that's going on in Iran, which I'm not going to say too much on, but they offered a 10-point plan of the things that we should do in this crisis. I'm not going to go through all 10, but I'll share 4 of them with you. One was use the things we have and make better use of them. The second one was look for alternatives. We might have to change some of our behaviours. A third one, which is dear to my heart, is they suggested we should share more. In their context, shared lifts and stuff like that. But I think it's not a bad principle for life, that we should share and not think that we can own everything. And then the fourth one, which I really liked, was slow down. That actually, we are running too fast and we might just need to tarry a while and care for ourselves a bit. And so I was really struck with, here's a crisis and here's an international organisation offering some suggestions of the way we live our lives, which are entirely consistent with all of the things that I hold dear. And sometimes it takes a crisis to begin to think about what can we do differently? How can we do things better? And so many of you will know that 3-4 years ago, the organisation that is now the one that is hosting this event was called the Island Collection. And we fairly quickly decided to change our name to Creative Ireland. And so we've been Creative Ireland, I think now for 2.5 years. But what I want to introduce you to you today is the thoughts that we had then, and it's become more and more clear, that we don't think of Creative Island as an organisation. We think of it as an idea, that we are promoting the notion that the Isle of Wight is the creative island. And that is why I'm really, really delighted to see you here, because you are the manifestation of that truth. And I also think that we have to talk about it all the time until it becomes true. That is not, I think that things are lied into existence. Other people would call it vision. I would say what we're going to do is we're going to talk about this truth, and I'm looking to all of you to help us do that. To talk to your friends, your aunties, your uncles, your school friends, to go, oh yeah, no, the Isle of Wight is the creative island. And I think that we will eventually, fairly easily, shift a perception of what the Isle of Wight is, in the same way that you now think of Hay on Wye as the book town. It's a complete construct. What's a book town? Nobody knew, but one man turns up in 1960s, opens a bookshop and says, I'm going to shift the way people think about Hay on Wye. We can do the same here, but it won't just be us, Creative Island, it will be all of you. So we do not own Creative Island, it is all of us. And you may know that this year we're running a whole programme which the Arts Councils and others have invested in because they see the wisdom of this idea, called Can You Hear Us?, which is about amplifying the view of the island as a creative island. So the troops are coming to support our proposition. The last thing I want to say, and actually this is not kind of completely connected to all of the other things I say, but I understand that a lot of us feel a bit overwhelmed with the crisis in the world. I know I do. And so I wanted to share this brief anecdote, which some of you may know, which comes from Leonard Woolf, who was the husband of Virginia Woolf, would sit and listen to the insane ramblings of Hitler on the radio. And one day, Leonard is out in the garden, and Virginia calls out, Leonard, the madman's on the radio again. And Leonard Woolf says this, he says, I shan't come, I'm planting iris, and they will be here long after he is gone. So I don't know what your equivalent of iris is, but worry less about Trump and more about the things you can do in your own remit, and the world will change. Have a good day, and I'm around all day if anyone wants to chat.
Thank you so much, Gavin. So we're going to kick things off now with Effie Moss. And Effie works with what she calls the bit in the middle, when a business is no longer new but not yet established. And she'll be sharing thoughts on sustaining and growing creative work. So please, everyone, give a lovely warm welcome to Effie. That one's yours. All right.
Be careful if I was you. So this is going to be fun. So, are we good? Does this work? I don't know what's doing. Sorry, everyone. Does it work? It's got batteries. Thank you. Oh, did I have it upside down? Yeah. Excellent. This is how today's going to go. So, good morning, everybody. Just to introduce myself, my name is Effie Moss, and I have lived on the island since 2017. In terms of, I'm going to give you a quick overview of my journey, because I think it will give you some context as to why I'm sitting on stage today, and also why I'm going to be talking about what I call the bit in the middle. So, when I was 8 years old, I had the audacity to create friendship bracelets and then sell them from my desk at school. Teachers weren't impressed. They took my revenue, and it was all very, very sad. So after that, I then decided that, you know what, I'm going to actually build something of my own. I was destined to be an entrepreneur. It's something I absolutely love business. I wanted to create, and I was actually quite good at making things and bringing them to life. So when I joined university, I made cards. Before quilling was actually a thing here in the UK, I actually outsourced or insourced, I suppose, all the quilling paper and things from the US. And then I took myself off to all the local coffee shops and I sold them there while I was at uni. And that was all good fun until I realised that I was then trading time for money, and that didn't quite work for me. So I left university, and as I grew my career in tech, I then decided that pre-babies, I had furry babies. So what I wanted to do was I was going to launch another business, and this time it was going to be for dogs. And I created and designed harnesses and all these kind of wonderful products. I held the license for Korean license for Mr. Men. So I went off on my own to London and I managed to lock down this license. And I designed harnesses, beds, all these things that were eventually stocked at all of the Pets at Home stores. I was on QVC with my dogs. I did all these great fun things. And life kind of carried on. You know, I was sort of making in between. I was creating. I was putting the things that I wanted out into the world. And it was great. And there came a time that after I had my daughter Alice, that I wanted something more for myself. And so I built what was eventually the UK's biggest handmade business. And it was a TP business. And it taught me so much because in 2014, I took that business to Dragon's Den. I secured investment from Deborah at that time. And it took me on a whirlwind, an absolute whirlwind. And at the end of that journey, I moved to the island. And this is where I built my consultancy, it's where I made my friends, and it's where my family have all grown up. So this is why I'm here today. Because throughout my journey, throughout everything I've achieved, throughout everything that I have done, I have always noticed that there is really excitable energy at the beginning when you're starting something. Like we have lots of ideas. We're all kind of over bubbling with passion. We want to kind of bring our ideas to life and bring them into the world and share them with everybody. And then nothing. It goes a bit flat, right? And so I started doing some research around this. I thought, well, what is this bit? And I started calling it the bit in the middle. And every time I started talking with people, they would say, yeah, I know that bit. And then they would start to tell me stories of where they pivoted, where they maybe made a different decision, where they maybe did some different learning, where they created a different product, where something else happened in their business. And actually the business that they ended up with, the business that they then grew, started then to take shape and was slightly different from the business that they thought that they were starting with. And so all of this is really why I'm sitting here today. I've probably actually gone through most of my slides. I don't know, let's just hope it goes forward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at the beginning, and so bear with me here, because and no eye rolling, but bear with me. So what is a business? Now, because of, I suppose, the business journey that I've been lucky enough to have, I've also went on to grow eventually the Handmade Association and work with thousands of founders around the world. And I'm still really lucky to coach a number of founders here on the island today. So I know how special the island is. I know what it takes to grow a business here on the island versus what it takes to grow a business on the mainland, because I also actually operate at board level for a number of clients on the mainland as well, right? So I get that whole view. And the most beautiful thing here is that we have community, we have creativity. We are really, really passionate here on the island about what it is that we do and what we can offer. And so one of the things I want to talk about today is actually what is a business. Because I believe that a business is just a vehicle. It is just something we drive out into the world so that it can carry your work, your services, your products, so that you can share it with whoever wants to experience your product or service, right? But the person who is in the driver's seat of that business is you. You are the founder. And we always talk about a founder with many hats. We always talk about that we're the person that makes the coffee. We are the person that does the accounts. We're so busy doing everything that sometimes we're not doing the thing that we actually love. But I want to kind of change that a little bit and say, but you're also wearing the hat of creativity. You're also wearing the hat of passion, inspiration. You're also wearing the hat of your values, your experiences, and your stories. And all of those things are what you pour into your business as it goes out into the world. And as somebody who's also an avid marketer, marketing simply, because normally I'd be sitting on my stage, by the way, talking about marketing, just for context. I'd always go on about marketing. But marketing really is its job, and its only job is to go out into the world and find the people who might be interested in your business. It does not have to be complicated, and we make it complicated. Business at its heart is actually very simple. And sales So we often have people come into, especially this lovely building here, and talk about sales and different ways that we can sell our products and services. But sales is really just a transaction. It's just a transaction, and the vehicle of your business, it's a commercial container that enables that transaction, right? So really, like I said, at its heart is very, very simple. So what does that mean? And I love this. It means that there is work that you create, and there is the vehicle of the business that carries the work that you create. And so for many people here, and I think there's lots of creatives here, and I'm assuming so because you're all part of the Creative Network, right? Hopefully that resonates a little bit. Because for most people, when they're building their business, and no matter who I'm working with, they'll always say to me, I just want to do what I love. I just want to do what I love. And I just want to, more people to kind of buy it and be, love it as much as I do. And I also think as well that sometimes, especially as a creative, especially someone who's grown a handmade business very publicly, it's like having a piece of your heart going out into the world. I think sometimes we say this about our children, but actually it's also about our business, especially when it's created something from heart. So I think it's fair to say that there are two truths about a business. One is that it's founder-led, but it's also vehicle-led. And so on that note, I love this stat. It's actually from observation. So here's the interesting thing. 90% of your business is actually made up of you. Your energy, your ideas, your inspiration, all of those wonderful things. And 10% is the vehicle itself. And that's where marketing gets bolted onto. That's where sales gets bolted onto, right? And now this is an interesting stat, but I can't now for the life of me remember where I got it from, but I did Google it. But the bit in the middle is the piece that actually happens after startup. So the startup phase can last a week. It can last a few months. It can last several years. But it's really the state of the business at the beginning, the state of you at the beginning where you are feeling high energy and you're excited and you are feeling very passionate. And then there comes a bit which, quite frankly, is boring. It's boring because you're now creating and kind of figuring stuff out. You're trying to work out whether your pricing makes sense and whether your numbers are actually, I always say numbers tell a story. So what your story, your numbers are telling you. Do you have support for your business? All of these things are actually really kind of a bit sometimes boring, quite frankly. And it's taking you away from the thing that you love, which is actually the creation part. And that applies whether you're doing a product or a service, by the way. And so the stat actually that I came across was that only 23% of UK businesses actually move through the bit in the middle, which really panicked me and just like, why? We need more businesses, we need more founders, we need more people creating, especially now, right? And so I decided, and Georgia, thank you, Georgia, allowed me to come and sit here and talk to you all today about the bit in the middle. So what is it? Well, I think I've already mentioned that it sits between the startup phase and what I call growth. Growth will feel different to everybody. Some people, growth will mean high revenue goals. For other people, it'll be founding a good lifestyle for them. For other people, it'll be just the ability to be able to keep creating, right? You have your own interpretation of what growth is and what success is to you, and that's amazing. And it's quite funny actually, because when I was at uni many years ago, there was an analogy that actually was part of my course, and the only thing I remember from my degree. But I'm going to share it with you because it actually makes quite a lot of sense for the bit in the middle. And this analogy was originally taught around teams, but over the years I've kind of like twisted it and reshaped it so that it applies to founders and business and all these kind of things. So has anybody ever heard of the terminology forming, storming, norming, performing, and then eventually adjourning? Brilliant. Thank you for the nods. So for those of you who haven't, forming is the beginning stage, right? This is the bit where everything starts to come together. And think of that like at the beginning stage of your business. That's the startup stage, right? Storming is where maybe something has actually just slightly wobbling, something has happened. Maybe you've got feedback. Maybe somebody has said something that's made you question your pricing. Maybe you've looked at something and realised that actually this isn't quite the way you had anticipated it to be. And so you enter what is called the storming phase. And the storming is essentially where you work it out. It's where you have to do the work. Now, if you're a founder, you'll do work internally inside yourself to actually reconnect with your passion. But then also there's the vehicle of business in which we have to maybe put processes in place, or maybe we put some systems and things like that to actually help organise our business. And then as you move through the storming phase, you then normalise, it becomes norming, right? And then after norming, it becomes performing. And then eventually they added adjourning, which is when everything disbands. And it's really funny because whenever I do one-to-ones with founders, often I'll always ask, what's your end goal? And I don't mean revenue goal, I mean the exit. Because actually, if you don't understand where you want your business to go, you can't then work back and realise how anything to essentially measure it against. And I'm not talking about numbers. I'm talking about for you and your passion and your legacy, what you want to actually imprint on the world, right? And so the bit in the middle is essentially the storming phase. And what I want to actually more than anything say today is that it's perfectly normal. You return to it over and over again, but you must stay with it. Because if you don't stay with it, you then can't realise what your potential and you can't realise the possibility of your business. And I think that's why everyone comes to these wonderful events and your network and all these amazing things. And it's why we all live on this really beautiful island. And I love the island, truly. I spent actually quite a lot of years working off island on the mainland and travelling from the island off to the mainland. And then last few years, I've focused being here. And the thing that I see here more than anything is relationships, community, we have connection, we have story, we have inspiration, and a marketer loves all of those things. So you hold all of those things, which is amazing. And so it's because of those things that you're able to then move through what I call the bit in the middle so that you can then go on to continue growing your business. I think as well, in terms of it, like I said, it is a stage you often return back to. And so I often hear people say to me, well, what's gone wrong? It's not growing as fast as I want it, or it's not doing this, blah, blah, blah. And we kind of outsource all this pressure onto our business. But at the end of the day, it's just a vehicle. It's just a vehicle. And your job is to strap on your seatbelt and drive it, to remain in your lane. And I say stay in your lane because what I mean by that is actually focus on your business, on what it is that you want to achieve. And that's what enables you to move through and actually then get through to the other end. And then probably a few weeks later or maybe a few months, you return back to it again and it starts to feel familiar. And when something starts to feel familiar, you then start to realise that, okay, this is kind of normal. This is a normal process of building a business, all right? Now, I like this word, looping. I was literally sat on a call the other day and went, oh, you're looping, like this with my finger. This is really the motion, by the way. It's not the word stuck. I'm not a fan of the word stuck. I think that kind of has a bit of negative kind of implications. But I use the word looping because when you're in the bit in the middle, if you want to understand if you are there, it's whether you are looping, whether actually you kind of have all the ideas down on paper, you kind of have an idea of what it is you might want to do. Maybe you do want to increase your pricing. Maybe you do want to try something different. Maybe you want to try a different medium. But actually, you're not actually moving forward other than having that thought. So you're looping, or you might be having lots of conversations, you might be going to lots of networking events, but you're not actually doing anything else to get it out into the world. You're looping, right? Now, with the word looping, you'll often hear the words like stuck, frustrated, I have lack of clarity. You're not stuck, you might be frustrated, but you don't have lack of clarity. Because the very reason that you are looping is because you have clarity. It's because you actually know what it is you want to do. But looping can also be you're too inspired, you have too many ideas, that you maybe have too many options in front of you. And this is where lots of people will talk about, get a notepad, write down all the ideas, right? Get them out of your head so they're not living inside of you and just pick one because you can do all of them, but just pick one. And one of the things I kind of introduced with my clients, actually it was last year, was this idea of having like an experiment budget. So I'm not saying it needs to be a huge, big budget, but to give yourself the allowance to play. It's to give yourself the allowance to kind of just test different things. And then if it works, pop it through your business, carry on driving your business forward and keep sharing it with the world. Another thing is, as well, is I know there's a lot of work, especially online at the moment, talking about nervous systems and our mindset and how our brains are programmed, all those wonderful things. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm an expert in any of those things. I'm not. I only know what I know and what I've read and what I've learned. But I do know this, is that in the moments that I am looping, in the moments that I have returned to the bit in the middle, and I'm trying to work, move myself through, and I'm trying to stay with what I have built. And the reason I say that is because I've actually sat here before having a roundtable discussion, listening to somebody who had built a business for 4 or 5 years here on the island. And because it had got to a point where it was slightly stagnant, she wanted to literally burn it down and reinvent it. And that's what I mean by the bit in the middle and how you move through it. right? It's not about burning it down. It's not about necessarily reinventing it. Sometimes it's about actually just reminding yourself what matters to me most in this moment. Because the moment you say what matters to me most in this moment, your brain suddenly goes, oh, I've got something here I can solve. And now I'm going to actually start giving you all those thoughts. I'm going to start generating you ways that you can actually solve that, right? So the answer isn't necessarily I need to reinvent. The answer isn't necessarily I need to actually burn it down. And that's kind of why we loop. That's sort of, we start questioning ourselves. But it's to stay long enough with what you have built so that you can move through it and then actually get, realise the benefits of what you've poured into your business. So I think I'm on time, right? Am I on time? Whoa. This is really a reminder from me to you guys. I am first and foremost a cheerleader, as most people know about me. But I do want to remind you this, that your gift lights you up because it is meant for you. You're given creative gifts, you're given the knowledge that you have, the stories that you have, the stories that you can tell, right, for a reason. And your business is a vehicle that enables you to share that gift in the world. And like I said before, we make it far too complicated, when actually you just need to strap on the seatbelt, sit in the driver's seat and drive it forward. And then lastly, go be fabulous, because you are. Don't know how.
That's all your help. Thank you. Can I speak in? Yes, I can. Thank you so much, Effie. I've got lots there. Storming, norming, growing, looping, allowing yourself to test ideas as well, just giving yourself that time. And I think that's really, really important. As you said, we all wear many, many hats. And we talked for like a good 2 hours and the rest about all of this and about sort of shifting gear. And I think that's really important, not to call it being stuck, but really understanding. And I said about being sustainable earlier, and I think I just wanted to sort of clarify that could be anything around being burnt out, being about financial implications, about connections, about support networks. And I think all of what you just described there is really, really important, Effie, and just understanding the connective nature of being on the island as a creative and the community that's around you. So thank you. Right, so now we're going to change presentations. Yes, thank you so much, team. Next up, we have Matt Jeffrey, who's founder of Bright Bulb and also board member, of the Isle of Wight Chamber, and going to reveal a little bit of insight into what the Chamber provides on the island and a real island-based case study of making and growing it as a creative business on the Isle of Wight. So, yeah, we're ready. Welcome, Matt. Cheers. Actually, can you have that one instead? Yeah. Cool.
Hello. Giving all my slides away now. I'm Matt Jeffrey, Managing Director and owner of Bright Bulb, but also importantly today here to talk about the Isle of Wight Chamber as a board member. So my presentation is called Sink or Swim, and that's simply because throughout my career I've kind of hit so many sink or swim moments which have really changed the way forward, and one of those sort of swim moments was actually getting involved with the Chamber of Commerce on the island. So obviously, I don't know if anybody's heard of Bright Bulb. We're a multi-award winning design studio based in the Bay Area, working across international brands, island brands, regional brands, on web development, graphic design, all that sort of stuff. So very much a creative business. I started the business with my wife Fee and my dad Alan, so very much a family-based business on the island. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of where I've come from, I originally started my career in Sydney, working for a company called Arup. So they're a global engineering company. They designed the Sydney Opera House, the London Eye, and at my time when I was in Sydney, they were currently working on projects for the Beijing Olympics, that being the Bird's Nest, which is a massive stadium in Beijing, the sort of main stadium, and also the Aquatic Centre, which was also known fondly as the Water Cube. with that role in Sydney, again, it was kind of one of those weird sink or swim moments. We found some people in New Zealand when we were travelling. They put me in touch with someone in Sydney who worked as a designer at Arup, a guy called James Harmer. In that meeting, I kind of just pretty much blagged my way into that role 100%. I met with James at Darling Harbour, and he said, "Okay, do you know Adobe Illustrator?" No. Oh, okay. Do you know Adobe InDesign? No. Okay. Do you know this? Do you know that? And it was pretty much no to most of those questions. And then he literally went and introduced me as the new graphic designer for the business, which was interesting. And also a little bit worrying since I didn't know any of the programs that I used at the time. Even though I had training back at college, but that was a long time prior. What I did know at that time was animation. And I think that's probably where I had a little bit of advantage because they weren't really utilising that. So if anybody remembers Macromedia Flash back in the day, Adobe Flash after a while, and now it's no Flash. That's what I was kind of using, that and 3ds Max as well. So I could sort of generate some stuff out there, which they weren't doing at the time in Australasia. And so I worked on a lot of graduate fairs, because basically at Arup they try and get engineers in at a really young age to build them up into the best engineers they can be. So they have a lot of graduate fairs where we do animations, try and pull them into a stand, and we did a lot of that sort of stuff. Eventually moved to Melbourne and continued that process with Arup, working in the heart of Melbourne. After a while, me and Fee decided to come back home. Bit of an elastic band effect on the island. I come back to the island and then moved off again, and eventually went to London to work for a company called Taxi Media. So Taxi Media were Europe's largest taxi advertiser at the time. They were basically got bought out by a company called Verifone Media, a multi-billion-pound conglomerate who put all of the payment systems into taxis. So years ago, we didn't have all the payment systems. They basically bought out this business so they could put those into the taxis, which they did successfully. At Taxi Media, I got a chance to work with real blue-chip clients and work on some really creative stuff. Turning cabs into things like the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. We also covered cabs in grass for Wimbledon, for HSBC. We did things like covering it. I don't know if you've seen Monsters Inc., but we covered a cab in the Sully sort of fur. So really creative PR campaigns which drew attention, went to the big sort of openings of films and things like that, and all sorts of other stuff. Again, at Taxi Media, it was kind of one of those sink or swim moments. So the first day on the job, Asher, the business owner, comes to me and said, "Right, you've got to now create a campaign. It's worth £250,000 and it's for Incredible India. Go." And it's for 200 taxis, and I had no idea how to build taxi liveries or do any of that stuff. So again, it was kind of one of those moments where you either sink or swim. And I've always sort of learned that sometimes that's the best moment in life, because you actually learn so much more and you learn a lot from mistakes. I did a campaign for Nevada with Blue Man Group, and I put something like Nevada.com in that campaign. That went out on taxis and cost us several £1,000s to fix, and I was told not to do that again. So but you know what? I learned so much from that. I learned, let's double check that artwork at all times. Let's make sure the client, even though if they've approved it, which they did, which was kind of my comeback, but it still falls on you, because you'll get in trouble if you've cost that company a load of money. So it did cost Nevada a bit of money, but after that, didn't cost too many people money from their artwork. So again, a sink or swim moment, basically. I eventually became the sort of senior design manager and print manager at Taxi Media, and led that team as they were growing out into bigger business. Eventually, though, me and Fee decided to come back to the island. We felt like we'd have more opportunity. We basically wanted to have kids. Felt like we'd have more opportunities for babysitters on the island, since basically both our parents lived there. So I actually came back to the island and became the first marketing person alongside Sed Wells in a company called AJ Wells. I'm sure a lot of you are aware of. Fantastic family business on the island. They basically they're probably one of the UK's biggest stove manufacturers now in Charnwood. and also do a lot of the London Underground signs. So pretty much most of the time, if you're in London, one of those signs has probably come from the Isle of Wight. They also have a company called Bodge and Anki around the Stowe side of things. There, I kind of worked on campaigns for country living, our decoration, world of interiors, doing photo shoots on the downs, taking Stows up to very early in the morning before we got kicked out from National Trust. He'll chase us down and say you're not allowed to put that there. So doing all sorts of fun and exciting things and turning that into the advertising that Charnwood would put out. I worked with Charnwood for 7 years or so. Absolutely phenomenal business. Would recommend working for them if you ever get a chance, because they are fantastic. But I did feel like I needed to do more, and that is where the Bright Bulb journey sort of started. And again, from my dining room table, really. So I started to work in the evenings, working for like the Turneys over at Tapnell Farm before they were kind of really well known, Beta Packs and these other companies, and kind of built up 2 jobs, one at AJ Wells and one in the evenings doing full-time work as well. And eventually decided let's start up. Coincided with us having a second child, Jasper. So when he was about 6 months old, I said, I'm going to quit my job. Hey, and Fee was actually quite surprisingly supportive over that. It seems like a bad time, but actually seemed to work out all right. She supported me, phenomenal, absolutely love her to bits. She's always been a great support to Bright Bulb and to me. So yeah, we started out. Eventually, after a while, Fee came on board, and Dad, I basically pulled him out of retirement. He was in retirement. I pulled him out for 10 years, believe it or not. I don't know how that happened. And then he's just recently, like, over the last couple of years, gone back into retirement. So yeah, we worked together from home. So like I'm sure a lot of people, started out their businesses working from the dining room table, and started from there really. So that's where my real reason for being here comes in, and that's the Chamber of Commerce. So I'm obviously a member of the Chamber of Commerce, but I'm also more recently a director of the Chamber of Commerce. And I was asked to come here today to talk about how the Chamber affected Bright Bulb's journey, which they did. So again, a kind of sink or swim moment for me really, because I don't know what everyone's like here. I'm a bit of an introvert. I'm not really massive at it used to be massive at going to these events or networking, all that sort of stuff. So that seems like a little bit of a foreign thing to me at the time. But I actually did start by going to an event over in Bembridge. And that was my first ever event. I was very worried, anxious about walking through that door. But surprisingly, to my surprise, the second I walked through the door, a lady called Dee Becker, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of her, came to me and she was like, oh, brilliant, welcome. Introduced me to Tim from Crossprint aren't around anymore, sadly, and started basically helping me network, which was fantastic, which was a really nice way to introduce a very nervous young man at the time. And from there, I kind of grew in confidence. I got quite a lot from the networking. People think of it as a stuffy environment in the Chamber, and I think there has been times when there's been these cliques and these things that definitely has changed over the last 18 months, but I kind of got to know a lot of people, and they were supportive of what I was doing, which was the most important thing. And the networking eventually led to relationships, and the relationships eventually led to work. We started to grow. I got a tiny little office over at East Quay. Again, a Chamber member, Chris Scott, who you may know, he had a building over at East Quay, and he had a tiny little room that we could go in, and he supported us again with going in there and having a little office. So we set up a big party. We invited a lot of Chamber members, and to my surprise, a lot of them came and actually supported us again. Again, that relationship's being built through the Chamber. This was a little piece from the County Press. That's not me praying that it's going to go well. It was just simply because the height of the ceilings in that room was so small, and the photographer told me to do that, and I've kind of regretted that ever since. But yeah, that stuck with me for over 12 years. But yeah, it was great to have that support and to be able to put that out. So from then I started to realise that actually these relationships mean something. And I started to do more with the chamber. So we did the mini MBA, whereby it was working with different businesses and actual, a bit like the Help to Grow thing that's around now. This is kind of a lot earlier than that, like a smaller version. And we started to do things with the chamber wherever we could, basically. We also got Quality in Business Awards through the chamber, another sort of thing. Not many businesses have actually done that over the years. I think about 27. So another little thing. But what I noticed key to chamber was the business magazine, and that was, you know, getting your profile out there as much as you possibly could. So I was always looking for things that I could do with the chamber that would get my images in those magazines, and again and again and again, and that kind of did work to build my profile, because people kept seeing me in Ireland Business Magazine. And then again throughout the county press and other media outlets as well. But even with this piece here, full page spread on the county press, we didn't pay for that at all. All the chamber members on the side there actually chipped in £50 or whatever it was at the time, £100, and actually supported that ad for us. So that's the sort of relationships you can get, and also a little bit of clever marketing of getting them involved, but also then paying for your ad space, which was really useful. And then, you know, we built relationships. People like Jonathan Thornton, many might know from PC Consultants, doing expos at the chamber was another good thing to sort of get ourselves out there and get known. And before you ask, the fiberglass cows aren't the weirdest things we've actually designed. I think that goes to the nip of the crab for Isle of Wight Day, which we designed many years ago and became a very beloved figure for a lot of children at the time. If you remember Isle of Wight Day, it was a big day for the island that went over a few years. Eventually petered out. A lot of bunting, you might remember, all of that sort of stuff was designed by us. So we kind of did most of the design work around that and worked with Robin Courage to build that whole day for the island. But yeah, love Nipper Cloud. He's such a cool little character. The kids actually, you see him come out and everybody would run towards him. Like all these kids would just love him. But very hot if you ever go in that costume. Again, building relationships like John Irvine at White Fibre, we've worked with them for over 10 years now, doing all their design output, their web stuff, very sophisticated checkout systems of ISPs, which has actually built us into other work. And he's actually promoted us to other ISPs as well and put our name forward to all sorts of different things. So those relationships, again, through the chamber have kind of helped us grow. And yeah, some of the weird and wonderful things we've done at Expo, which is a great event, even if you're not actually exhibiting there, but just to go there is really good. You get to connect with people, you get to chat to other members, and there might be something in it for you as well. You know, that everybody's looking for design and websites and all sorts of creative things in their business and creative ideas. Eventually, we also took advantage of the awards stuff that the chamber does. Now, this is really key to this was kind of very key to our momentum and our growth. We developed, during the award program, you have to actually really look at your business, and you have to look at where you are now and where you want to go and what the plan ahead is, basically. And you've got to really look back at your achievements. You don't really get a lot of time if you're in a very fast-paced business, which most creative things is. You don't get a lot of time to sit back and go, I did that, I've achieved this, I've achieved that, and look back at your business. And I think this is really useful for us over the years to do not just the chamber but other awards submissions, and just to get feedback from judges as well, and where you fell down or where things weren't quite right is also useful for you to take forward as, you know, into future things. But we were lucky enough to win a few awards over the years, and actually that led on to immediate work. This first award we got in 2016, Jeff Underwood, I think, was the president at the time of the chamber, and after this marketing and design award, he went to his team and said, we need to speak to Brightbulb. They've just won an award at the chamber. I went and had a meeting with Jeff, and we worked with IFPL for a number of years doing their expo stuff, designs and print advertising and looking at web and all sorts of stuff. Another great business you may not be aware of, they do the little tiny USBs that go onto airplanes on the island. They're absolutely massive business. And a lot of people probably know Jeff, who sort of heads that up. But yeah, that literally came from winning that award. It was literally like, oh, we want to work with another award-winning business. They're award-winning designers. Let's go have a chat. And we managed to convert that. And we do a lot of creative things. We eventually trying to, again, get ourselves known and get ourselves pushed out in the magazine. The Chamber always supportive. I mean, we could send anything to the Chamber, and you're not always going to get it in the magazine, but you get something back from it often. We got some nice spreads in the early days, and that started to help us grow. We eventually took on Apprentice and Vicky and started to grow the team out of our little box room, and also started to have events with like the likes of AJ Wells, where we'd previously worked there, had that relationship, and again bringing a lot of Chamber members in to go to those events and push ourselves out and our own brand out. And again, in the early days, working with the likes of Tapnell Farm, for instance, they were kind of a big driver for us when they first sort of set up. Now they're quite a lot bigger, but this was very much in the early days. The other big thing about the Chamber that people might not be aware of so much is the Isle of Wight Lottery. So that is actually run by the Chamber. We wanted to develop our team, and we were a little bit worried about cash flow really at the time. We weren't really sure if we took on more people, which we knew we had to, especially in web and in design, if we could handle that cash flow wise for their paying their wages, etc. So what we did is we went to the Isle of Wight Lottery and again went through a whole big process of business plan, 3 or 5 year business plan, speaking to the directors at the Chamber, and putting our case forward as to why we should have a loan. And that's exactly what we got. So we got a £20,000 Isle of Wight Lottery loan. And what that gave us is that confidence to go, do you know what, I can step up to that next level. I can take on, more people. And again, a bit of a sink and swim moment, a bit of do we do it, don't we do it? Let's just jump in and see if we swim. And actually we did. And I think at that time we brought on 2 guys, Adam Hales and Shane Smith, and absolutely phenomenal people within our business that are still, well, Adam's actually just recently gone freelance again, but Shane is still, in fact, Effie works with Shane quite often at the moment on a project, but very influential people within our business, and they were real pillars to growing our business. They're absolutely 100% fantastic employees, and have helped grow us to where we are today. So that was all kind of instigated by having the confidence from the lottery loan to go ahead and do that. Weirdly, we didn't actually touch that lottery loan. It was just in the background. We actually managed to grow well enough that we didn't actually need it, but we always had it there as support. And it's 0%, I believe, 0% interest, so there's no interest on it. So if you can get one of these loans, there isn't a better loan you can possibly get. Eventually, we also then expanded the business, took another part of the East Quay office where we had sort of 2 or 3 rooms. That's actually Shane fishing outside East Quay. That happened now and again. And yeah, it was just a lovely space, and we grew with it. And again, through the help of the Chamber. Again, had another big opening ceremony of our new offices, and a lot of members came and supported us, and we've really built those relationships by that point. Like I say, really turning the corner and building the business and growing. Yeah, we also had some funny partnerships with the likes of Black Gang for Terror Island. Again, Chamber members themselves, and those sort of opportunities came up where we could scare the crap out of our staff, which was quite interesting. But yeah, it was things like that come up. We continued to work on the taxi stuff as well. We actually built a partnership with Sherbet London, who basically were taxi media after they sold out, and after then non-compete things went out of existence. And actually they've now built the biggest EV taxi business in the UK over in London, and we still work with them now on all sorts of campaigns. We actually even had an office in London. Literally took again another sink or swim moment. We were kind of doing a lot of work for Sherbet and other clients in London, and decided, well, let's just put an office in London. Asher kindly helped support us on that. And it was just before COVID. So you can imagine what happened. just as we did all that, we had a person employed over there, and then COVID hit and everything went to pieces. So we ended up closing down the London office, sadly. But again, well, this is the COVID scene, hence why we had to close that down. But we still work on taxi advertising across all sorts of campaigns. Working with Pretty Little Thing quite a bit. Actually, wrapped as helicopter of Pretty Little Thing, which was quite cool. Boss and did a lot for the sort of Jubilee stuff as well. So sort of anything that was a PR piece for Sherbet, they were always wanting to do. And the team has gone up and down over the years. We've we've been up to, I think, 12 at one point. I think we've now got about 6 or 7 of us. And it's sort of, that's how business is. It goes up, it goes down. And again, sometimes you've got to make those choices. Actually, we need to cut people, we need to bring people in. And that's just the way things roll. And we also built a thing called a mince pie marathon. I don't know if anybody's heard of that, where we delivered 30,000 mince pies across the island over a period of 5 years. Raised £30,000 for the Wight Brainy Bunch, and again, often supported by the likes of chamber members like IFPL, Yokogawa, all these sort of businesses that really supported us in that. We even had one year we had WRS, I think, gave us something like, I don't know, it was like $5,000 or something for 5,000 mince pies, which was a crazy thing. So all in aid of charity, and those things are really supported because we created that network with the chamber and got that support. And it's just sort of grown from there, really. So I suppose you could say we're kind of a case study for the chamber in terms of some of the things they've given us, and the reasons that we've grown the way that we have, and we're kind of really proud of that. And now, as a board member, I'm obviously I was the ideal person to come to speak on behalf of the chamber here, being a creative myself, but also to sort of say that there is opportunities within the chamber that you may not be aware of, or you may be too worried about going and doing the networking and that sort of stuff. But we're all a friendly bunch, and happy to have those conversations and chat through. And from there, we've kind of grown mainland. We've won several sort of awards regionally and nationally now. Even my wife very happily getting to meet Jamie Lang, who I didn't know who he was, but but she was very impressed. And most recently won a couple of awards at the chamber. Again, and get those moments are quite fun, actually. Going to those sorts of things and getting that sort of recognition is quite nice. So just to come back on a few things with the chamber and how they helped us. So networking, that became a really powerful tool for Brightbulb, powerful tool for me, a tool to get more confident, going to speak people. I'm much more confident now, more confident speaking one-on-one than in front of loads of people looking at me. But yeah, much more confident in going into a room and networking. Island Business Magazine, that did a lot of the work for us in terms of PR, always sending stuff to them and getting something out of it. It's always nice to be featured in the magazine. You can put that online, and it's exciting. And it helps get your message across. The Business Expo, that helped us stand out, doing some really innovative things. We did a lot of things around VR at the Expo. We did little Unity games and stuff on a big giant iTab, all sorts of weird and wonderful things. We all dressed up as scientists one time, but again, a PR thing, very much a Brightbulb PR moment. The Chamber Awards, that gave us an opportunity to look back at ourselves, to see where we've been, where we're going, and really get an idea for the future and where we want to direct ourselves, and also get recognition, which the team love. It's nice always to get a pat on the back when you're trying to do something good. And the Isle of Wight Lottery definitely helped fund our journey, helped us give us the confidence to go ahead and sort of jump in. Yeah, really, it's just sort of to say, throughout my career, I've kind of had all these sink or swim moments, and I think everybody has those moments where they're like, we're not sure if we should do this. You might be standing on the edge thinking, do I do it, don't do it? So I'm kind of just here to say, at that point, jump in, start swimming.
Thank you so much for that, Matt. Have a drink of water. I have so many questions. Don't answer. I'll throw them out to you. But were you really chased by National Trust? I mean, like, what? That's so Isle of Wight. No. That's golden. That's excellent. Legging it from the National Trust and blagging your way into a role. I think we've all been there. That's why I'm here. It's brilliant. I think that's really great. Even though you sort of blagged it, but you said that you didn't know anything, and yet you were still hired. Did I also spot in the photo there was with the like water pistol or something like that? There was some artwork in the background that I think might be by someone here in this room. Yeah, Steve Miles, amazing artist on the island. And yeah, I really just think it's phenomenal the amount of businesses on the island that you've worked with down to joining the chamber. And so just a sort of a message to everyone to consider joining. Matt, I'm sure you're going to be around during lunch. Yeah, go to Matt, have a chat with him. He'll be able to help you sort of figure out if that's right for you and if that's something that you'd like to join and consider, because it can open up so many avenues. Like many of you here are part of the Isle of Wight Creative Network, which is soon to be rebranded as Creative Island Network. It's small but significant. And the hands up, who here is a member of the Isle of Wight Creative Network? Yes, excellent. Thank you all very much. Thanks for coming out. And if you're not, I won't shame you. Just be here for the day and join if you like. It's a fantastic way of connecting with over 230 and growing creative practitioners across the island. So on to our next speaker. Nikki Kiljoon is a regional business and stakeholder manager for the Federation of Small Businesses, and she supports over 12,000. Yeah, it wasn't a typo. Okay, yeah. I honestly thought that was, but small business owners and sole traders across the island, Hampshire, Dorset and Wiltshire. And she's got tons of hands-on experience in supporting those. And it's going to give you a bit of an insight into how the FSB can maybe support you. So please give it up for Nikki.
Georgia. It's really lovely to be here. Is that working?
Yes.
Yep.
Just swap this one just in case.
Thank
Change
you.
the cables. Sorry about that.
Okay, I think hopefully you can hear me now. Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. And hasn't it been really lovely and interesting to hear about people's journeys? I think it's so important, to be part of a business community, particularly a local business community like we have on the island. And I think there's so much value in learning from peers, sharing with peers. So I'm going to give you a bit of an insight into the Federation of Small Businesses. Have we got any members in the room, by the way? Put your hand up if you're a member. No members. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Okay, so we are the Federation of Small Businesses and the self-employed, actually. So we represent everybody from, sole traders right through to, I think something like just under 250 members of staff. So we represent all businesses, all sectors, and we're very much focused on the needs of very small businesses, particularly micro businesses, actually. And micro businesses actually make up 90% of our business population. When I say micro, I mean between no members of staff and 9 members of staff. And actually, 75% of our business population are self-employed. So loads of people, who are working on their own. So actually being part of a community like Creative Island, like the Chamber, like FSB, really, really important. Okay, so where should we go first? Okay, who are the FSB? Okay, so we've been around for more than 50 years, actually, in fact, 52 years. And we were set up as a lobbying organisation, which is still the heart of what we do. We represent the needs of small businesses to government, both nationally and locally. That's what I do locally. So I sit on all of the strategic kind of boards that are making decisions that are going to affect small businesses and the self-employed in this area. And we try to make sure that through our research, we evidence the challenges that small businesses are facing. And one of the things that we've done recently, actually, is a report called Creating Change. And that is very much around looking at, the challenges that businesses in the creative sector actually do face. And so this is what people have told us. And I'm going to ask you in a minute if, which of these relate to you. So this is what small businesses in the creative sector have said are their main sort of headaches at the moment. So income going up and down, doing everything yourself, rising costs, finding customers, and confusing rules and regulations, and confusing new technology as well. So let's have a little show of hands. I was going to do a fancy Microsoft form, but unfortunately it's I was being too brave with the technology and it's not working. So who can relate to the income ups and downs? Just put your hand up. Oh, loads of hands. I thought that would be the case. Okay. Rising costs. Has everything gone up? Yeah. Was that with materials and rents and yeah. Okay. Doing everything yourself. Is everybody, it was like Effie talked about the wearing all the hats, didn't she? So everybody's doing everything themselves as well. By the way, who in the room is a freelancer or a self? Yeah, loads of you. Okay. And a few of you employ 1 or 2 staff, small teams? Yeah, okay. And finding new customers. Is that really tough at the moment? Who's finding that challenging? Yeah, I hear that all the time. I hear that it's really, really noisy out there and it's really hard to be found at the moment. And rules and regulations. Who is really fed up with bureaucracy, rules and regulations? Yeah. And new technology. Is anybody embracing the new technology like AI? Yeah. I was at a brilliant event last week, which was the creative sector, and it was in Basingstoke, and there were 2 businesses that were doing some amazing things with AI. It was very exciting. But it's a bit of a threat and an opportunity at the same time, isn't it? And it's a bit overwhelming. So what do we do? What does FSB do to help with all of these things? Oh, that's the form that doesn't work. So we'll move on. Income ups and downs. Okay. We have actually lots of services that help to try and smooth things out for people. One of the things that we do is we have a funding platform. So I should backtrack a little bit. So FSB, we're a national organisation. We are actually there for everybody. You don't have to be a member. For some services, you do have to be a member, and I will tell you which ones you have to be a member for. But we also have loads of free resources, which I'll try and point out to you as we go through all the different headaches that you're trying to navigate. So these are part of membership, but we do have, if you go to the FSB website, you have a little click on the resources tab. There is some really brilliant stuff there on all sorts of business related things, both resources, guides that you can download, but also webinars and things and podcasts that you can hook into as well, which will help to kind of, navigate you through some of the headaches. But these are part of membership. So the funding platform is something, so if you're looking to buy some new equipment, if you're looking, maybe you need a new camera or you want to invest in something, you can go to the FSB funding platform. And rather than having to put all of your details in and then it affecting your credit ratings and things, it's an anonymous, and it will tell you which providers would be the most likely to, lend to you. A little bit like some of the personal, things that you can use, but this is for businesses, which is really helpful because obviously it doesn't damage your rating and there's support for you as you go through that. A really important one is our debt recovery service because, and I'm kind of, a lot of this is sitting within what Effie was talking about, the storming stage. So all the challenges that you're kind of facing, it's not what you set out to do. You're setting out to do something creative, to do whatever it is, a beautiful thing that you can do. But a lot of these things are the things that, are the boring, mundane, headachy stuff, that just cause you a real hassle. So the debt recovery service is something that you automatically get as a member. And basically it gives you all of the letters, all the resources and all of the help. You have 24/7 access to a solicitor, a team of solicitors actually and barristers, who will help and guide you through all of these things. So if you've got a customer that hasn't paid, and this is happening a lot, more than ever before, it's a real big problem, and it has been for a long time. So we can help businesses to, source to send out the right letters. And it takes that personal element away as well, because it's really difficult when you're the salesperson. You know, you've got that contract. You don't want to then go and fall out with your client to recover the money that you're owed. So we can help with that. Discounted insurances and things. You know, and it is, again, it all does sound a little bit dull, doesn't it? Insurances and things, but really, really important. You know, who was it? Matt, you were talking about, weren't you, the mistake that you made? Yeah, with the 2 dots. Yeah. You know, things like that. It is all a bit, you know, you don't want to think about it, but unfortunately these things do happen and you need to have the right insurances in place. We actually own FSB Insurance, and as well as them being an insurance provider, they will give you an advice. So if you're a member, if you're insured elsewhere and something happens, I mean, we've had loads of things happen over the last few years. We've had flooding, we've had COVID, there's, you know, it's one thing after another. And they will actually advise you, even if your insurance isn't through them, because the worst thing you can do with insurance companies is ring up, say the wrong thing. They've recorded you and they've got you. So they can give you a bit of advice there. What else have we got? Discounted services as well. We do all sorts of things. I'm not going to go through them all, but there's things like, you know, your card payment systems. Basically, FSB is a not-for-profit organisation, and we buy at scale and pass on those cost savings to you in a nutshell. So what was the next header? Costs going up. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, one of the big sort of draws, really, one of the reasons people join us, there are lots of reasons. So things like the free banking, you know, but I think you can probably get that in lots of different places now. The real draw is the legal support. So now this is really comprehensive. It covers pretty much everything. And so stuff like, you know, if things get a bit messy with a client and, you know, your scope is starting to creep on a project that you're working on, or you need a non-disclosure agreement, or you need help with contract, you know, terms and agreements and references and that sort of thing, all of that is covered. Everything, to be honest, shareholder agreements, policies. If you employ anybody, then you absolutely really, being a member of FSB is a no-brainer, because the employment rights bill is coming down the corner in April, and we've got things like, you know, sickness pay from day one. So if you employ people, you really do need to look at it. But like I say, there's all this support is available, and it's surprising actually when you start looking at the support how many things you do actually need. You know, like GDPR. I know it's another dull subject, isn't it? But you know, if you happen to do something incorrectly, if you don't follow the process, you can be in a lot of hot water. So we give you all of that stuff. You download it. It's all legally compliant. Obviously, you can go online, you can Google things, but it's not legally compliant and watertight. So, and you've got the added backup of being able to speak to somebody, which is really, really helpful as well. Because quite often, you know, it's a headache and you don't quite know what you're actually supposed to be doing, even if somebody points you to the right document. So you just need that little bit more support. And most importantly, as well as providing all these services, we are here to lobby for small businesses, and we do that extensively. So, you know, we are very aware of all the challenges that businesses are facing at the moment, and, you know, we're there. We are in there with government all the time. We have a Westminster team who meet with the ministers, you know, on a weekly basis. We can't always get what we want. Obviously, we're in a very challenging economic climate at the moment, but we are there, you know, fighting for you and providing the evidence as well of how things are affecting you. What's the next one? Hard to find new customers. Well, yeah, a little bit like Matt was saying, and obviously the Chamber is brilliant on the island and very active in terms of events. We are a little bit different. We do run lots of events. I have to say, a lot of our events are on the mainland. But if you want to extend your client base beyond the island, you know, there is stuff going on in Southampton, there's stuff going on in Portsmouth, and you are really, really welcome to join. Actually, you don't have to be a member to join our events. Anybody can join, and most of them are free, actually. We try, because we're not for profit, we try to keep the cost either free or just, you know, whatever costs we've incurred, we pass on. So We've got some brilliant things that you can go along to in person. We've also got virtual networking, which is free for anybody. You don't have to be a member, and you can go anywhere in the country, so you can really expand your networks. And honestly, some people have actually practically grown their business around it, because you can get across the whole of the UK. You can meet other business owners from all over the place, and you don't even have to be a member. You can just join in that. If you're interested, just go to the fsb.org.uk/events, and it will show you our whole events calendar. We have a boot camp coming up, which is taking place in the New Forest at Hanger Farm Arts Centre, and there's going to be a little expo there, and we're going to have expert speakers talking about all the different, topics that are particularly kind of relevant to your business at the moment. So we do lots of things, and just, like Matt was saying, being part of that network really can open up doors for you. You get to know people. It gets rid of that feeling of isolation, because, being a business owner can feel a little bit isolating sometimes, can't it? Especially when it's challenging and, you're trying to navigate problems and hurdles. And sometimes it's really, really helpful to be able to have a group of peers that you can learn from. And sometimes it's helpful to have, a peer group that's outside of your own sector as well, because, we cross all organisations, so you can meet all sorts of different businesses. So where are we now? Doing everything yourself. Oh, I was really happy when Effie was talking about wearing all the hats, because I honestly think, as a founder, as a small business owner, as a freelancer, that is you, isn't it? Wearing all the hats all the time. You're juggling, 1 minute you're an accountant, then you're a marketeer, then you're a HR person, then you're a legal person trying to sort out the compliance. And that's where we really help, to be honest. That is what FSB is all about. We help you to navigate all of those things. And, by providing that background support, the telephone, you can just, ring us. And it literally is 24/7. I have been a business owner myself, and I've rung at 10 o'clock at night, and I've spoken to a solicitor. And, sometimes that's just the difference, isn't it, between sleeping and not sleeping. So genuinely, that is what we do. So the documents, help for whatever challenge you come across legally. It can literally be pretty much anything. It could be PR. It could be that, you've said something online and somebody's, it's kind of, how sometimes these things kind of suddenly become a bit of a rabbit hole, don't they? And, you can end up with negative comments and things. We can help with that. And someone to talk to when you feel really overwhelmed. We are a community at the end of the day. And so we bring peers together. I'm the regional manager. People can talk to me as well, and I can help and support. And we can always point you to somebody. We also have a wellbeing service, which is fantastic for members. It's £39, I think it is, as a bolt-on. I should say as well, by the way, if you're self-employed, it's £195 for the year to be a member. So it's not an expensive challenge. But so lots of support there for you. We are there to help. The confusing rules and technology, I think I hear that all the time. People get really fed up. I mean, we've got Making Tax Digital at the moment, haven't we, which is coming through, causing everybody headaches. We've got, like I say, the Employment Rights Bill coming down the corner. There's constantly changes, there's constantly challenging things, that you have to keep up with. And that's kind of what we're there to do, really. We're there to help and support you through all of those things, protect you. There are insurances and things. So, for example, if it did all turn a bit messy, with a member of staff or a client or whatever, you're covered up to £100,000 with legal cover. So, all of those protections are there. And that's really who we are and what we're there to do. So hopefully that's given you a little bit of an overview of who we are, who FSB is, if you've ever wondered. Well, like I say, we're a not-for-profit organisation. We don't have big marketing budgets, so we do tend to be a really well-kept secret. But, we are very active in the area, and please do, reach out. Like I say, there's loads of free stuff. You don't have to feel like you have to be a member. Get to know us, use our stuff. Some really good resources on there. The webinars are really brilliant. There's a big library of recorded stuff. There's recently been a really good one on using AI, Copilot, that sort of thing. All you need to do is just, pop I think you have to subscribe, but that's not being a member, that's just a subscription for free. And you can use all of those things, and they're really helpful. So thank you very much, Georgia, and enjoy the rest of the day. And hopefully I'll chat to some of you later.
Thank you so much. I'll take that. Thank you very much, Nikki. Fabulous. Am I right in thinking also that FSB has 24/7 support service? That's amazing. Matt, does the chamber offer 20? Do they? I think they offer 24/7 support as well. Should I separate you two? I didn't think about the seating plan. No, that's brilliant. I mean, that's just another amazing network that you can tap into. That's off island as well. And just if you're not aware, we as Creative Island are hub members of the ITC, which is the Independent Theatre Council, and they offer tons of advice, very similar, but supporting that theatre sector, which I know many of you are part of. And also there is AN, the Artists Information Company. We're not members, but you can join. Again, they offer incredible resources on their website, and insurance as well, which is really, really important. So all that legal stuff, it can be a bit of a minefield. So yeah, just tap into it, because we get tons of questions, and I'm like, I don't know, I try and just sort of signpost as much as possible, because you guys are the experts. And it's just another brilliant way to network. And I know there is an online networking Zoom sessions that are for creatives as well. Is that right? Yes. So that's brilliant. Thank you so much for that, Nikki. And Nikki's, as well as Effie and Alice, will be at the optional focus tables at the end of the day. So now on to the Rebel Business School, which rolled out a programme earlier this year in January and February. Hands up, sorry if you were going to do this, Jack, but hands up if you attended that programme. Okay, gobbly, nice, okay, nice. Excellent. Well, Jack from Rebel Business School is here to talk a little bit about what was delivered, the kind of outputs from that programme. It was fantastically attended, I have to say, and it was specifically for creatives on the island and supported by the Isle of Wight Council. So Jack's going to talk a little bit about the Rebel ethos and about what was delivered earlier this year. So give it up for Jack.
Morning. There we go. Morning, everyone. This is exciting. So my name's Jack. I'm from the Rebel Business School. As the name suggests, we do business slightly differently. So as Georgia said, today I'm going to teach you a little bit about what we do at Rebel, what makes us different, what makes us rebellious, and also a little bit about the session that we ran earlier this year. Before we get going, I want to shout out Gemma, who is in the room today. We have Gemma. So Gemma attended the course. This is Gemma's fantastic artwork on there as well. So if you've not met Gemma, available on the Etsy shop. And that goes for everyone watching at home too. Excellent. So at Rebel, we believe that change happens when people grow. We've been running since 2012, and we've been running completely free workshops teaching people how to start businesses, improve their finances, take control of their situation and whatever their life may be. This is the first slide, the first thing we ask people at the Rebel Business School. Slide 1, day 1. We ask people, what's stopping you? What's stopping some of you guys in the room, not necessarily from starting, but from moving forwards in your businesses right now? Just shout it out. What's stopping you? Money? Anything else? Time? Excellent. Thank you for those people I paid. But that's exactly it. The number one thing that we find stops people from starting up or moving forwards is money, is funding. And at the Rebel Business School, we show people how to build a business with no money, especially when you're starting up. Have you heard this phrase? It takes money to make money. Now, don't get me wrong. Money helps. I'm not saying money's bad. But in 2026, this is just not true. You do not need money to make money. And through our course, we show people how to start with what you've got, how to start for free, how to use your resources, how to sell up front, how to use your customers' money to invest into your own business. Because this is really where the Rebel School came from. So I'll take you back to this slide here. So these two very dapper gentlemen, this is Alan Donegan and Simon Payne, the co-founders of Rebel. The Rebel Business School started in 2012 because Alan went along, he wanted to start a landscaping business. So he went along on the mainland to a company called Business Link at the time, which with the government support, there are some nods in the room, there are some angry looks in the room, Business Link. So Alan went along to one of their workshops, I want to start this landscaping business. And the first free courses he got put into were business plan writing, funding, and your customer, sales. And that really put Alan off. Like, if you've met Alan or if you've been on the finance call or anything, like, he's just the most energetic person. He just wants to get on with it. And he found that that was putting a barrier up. He just wanted to meet customers, give it a go. Is it even right for him? And he was told he had to spend 6 weeks of his life writing a business plan. Hands up, who's written a business plan in the room? Excellent. Sorry. Business plans help, and I think there are absolutely space for business plans, especially when you have an idea of what you're doing, you've experimented, you've tried it, and you want to go for that next stage. But it is the biggest barrier when you're starting up. That's what we found, because you spend this business plan, you spend months writing on it. This was the days before ChatGPT could do it for you in 30 seconds. You write it, you print it, you laminate it, you go in front of a customer, and then you realise it's all completely different to what you've written down. What is this? The whole thing goes out the window, you start again. So Alan, being Alan, he was absolutely not taking this on. So Alan wrote a 3-page handwritten letter of complaint to not his teacher at Business Link, not their manager at Business Link, the person in government that put Business Link in, that kind of agreed that. He doesn't do anything by halves. So this letter got kind of floated around the office and then went to the regional and then it ended up in the southeast office of Thameslink. And then it floated down to the desk of this guy here, Simon Payne. They went, we need you to go and deal with this angry man. So Simon went to go meet Alan in a Starbucks in Winchester, of all places, just to kind of take care of him. He sat down and Alan looked at him and said, hello, Simon, what can I do for you? And Simon nearly fell off his chair. He was like, well, no, I'm here to sort you out. And this whole conversation started of just Alan going, I just want to get on with it. I want to give, I want to try, I want to see what it's like. You shouldn't need to write a business plan to get started. You shouldn't need money. You should just go out there and give it a go. And that's where the ethos of Rebel started. In 2012, we were known as the Pop-Up Business School. We wanted to set up a building, but then we suddenly came into we needed money to do that. So we decided to pop up. And we worked around, we ran around, we managed to get a housing association in Weston-super-Mare, I know, to agree to fund our first project. And we popped up. And up until 2020, we were popping up all around the country, running it, until it became a little bit illegal to pop up in rooms of this. We moved online and we rebranded to the Rebel School and the Rebel Business School. And that's exactly what we do. And we still teach people how to build a business with no money. And our courses, everything that we've run ever since that very first course in 2012, is completely free to attend. Whether that's in the room, whether that's online. Not a single person has ever paid to come along to a Rebel course. And that's because we've been able to run these programs funded up front by local organisations, councils, housing associations, and we even ran one here funded by Creative Island and the Isle of Wight network as well, Isle of Wight Council. What we found is, we ran this course around the UK for a while, but we've discovered it is the same around the world, this feeling, this belief. We've run these courses in central London. We've got a team in Colombia running these courses now. We have teams delivering it in French, Arabic, in Morocco, Wales, Scotland, New Zealand, USA, Mexico, and that's right, even the Isle of Wight. And we run these courses, and we've had 45,000 people come through these courses since 2012. Not a single person has started up, but I want to tell you a little bit about the course that we ran. In this very room, you probably recognise this, the background here. So at the beginning of this year, we decided we were going to run a course with Creative Ireland and the Isle of Wight Council for creatives to kind of go like, well, what does this look like? So our course is, to paint you a picture of our normal kind of black and white course, they are 2 weeks long, 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. And every single day we hit on a new subject to the business. But we realised that probably wouldn't work for creatives. They can't really sit still for more than 2 hours. So I'll make this quick. So what we ended up running was 5 evening sessions every single week here, a condensed version of the course built specifically for creatives with a bit of networking around it as well. And we were absolutely overwhelmed by the response of this free event. Like, we didn't know, would an evening course work? We haven't been to the island since before the pandemic. What does this look like? Traitors was on at the same time as our course. That was hard. But over the 5 weeks, we took them through the basics. So our whole first session, how to start a business for free, we took them through the 5 steps. You can either use your customers' money, like things like Kickstarter, get the money in up front, pre-orders, then use your customers' money to do that. Or you can beg, borrow and barter, as we call it, but I'll take you through that all later. Sales and pitching. Like a whole bunch of this stuff is figuring out, like, you want to build the business that you're passionate about. If there's no passion in it, it's probably not going to last very long. So once you've decided on the idea, so many people change their idea in this very first session. They go, this is exactly what I want to do. And then we take them through, but is that actually what you want to do? Or do you just think it will make money? And people come out of our normal courses and they go like, someone comes in wanting to be an accountant, that's exactly what I want to do. And they come out a dog walker. They decided that's their real passion and good for them. But sales and pitching, like, once you really understand what your business is, you need to figure out who is your customer. And really, we spend a whole session digging down into who is that person? What do they look like? Where do they hang out? Where do they watch? Because we have people that come in and dog walkers, for example. Who do you sell to? Everyone that owns a dog. Okay. Everyone that owns a dog? Maybe start in this particular area. Kind of what's their age demographic? What's that? And we help them kind of build that idea. Because if you don't understand who your customer is, and if you're not making sales, it's just an expensive hobby. We're going to go on to marketing and finding customers. Once you have an idea of what your business is and who your customer is, where are you going to find them? Using tools like social media, online, where are they hanging out? How can you get hold of them? What rooms like this are they in? You need to understand exactly who they are so you know where to look. And we had to run this most attended session, I think, of our Creative Expo was tax and money management. But it's so important, I think, again, if it's not money, it's the legalities around it, it's the myths, it's the questions around what do I need to start up, especially those that are on benefits, universal credit. How is that going to stop me from starting a business? How much money can I make before it needs to do whatever? How much money do I need to bring in? You need to know the money. You need to know the tax. I'd recommend just starting as a sole trader. Most people in the room go, whew. So over the 5 weeks, we had 118 people sign up for our free course. Over the 5 weeks, 68 of those attended the course, which is a fantastic show-up rate for us and a free course in the evening when there was roadworks outside for the entire thing. And of that as well, so over the 5 weeks, that's 438 hours of people training. Training? And this probably means much more to you. I'm from the mainland, but we had people from all over the island attend in this very building, in Building 41. So they came from all over, and it was really nice to bring everyone together in this space, for it to not be an online event. I'm very grateful to everyone here that this isn't a Teams call right now. I'm happy that I'm here with you guys in the room. During the Isle of Wight course, so as you can kind of tell from what we do and differently, we don't just, it's not theory, we don't just talk about what could this mean to your business. We want people to take action in the moment. We want them to send the email in the room, let's write it together, let's get on the phone, let's record the video, build the social media page, whatever that looks like. 58% of people who had joined us in the room had run a business before or was currently running a business. I think that is substantially higher than our normal kind of average attendees, and I think that says a lot about creatives, and I think that says a lot about the Isle of Wight. There were so many more people in the room, which meant we could hit the ground running so much quicker. For those that had never run a business or at day zero of their business, it's sometimes a little bit harder to get going. 60% of the attendees made a sale during the course, we want people to leave with one step forward, with whatever that action looks like to them. And it's fantastic. There were some sales made online. There were some sales made in the room. It was great to see that kind of that activity happening. To paint an idea of who came along, so we've got Henrietta. Henrietta is starting a Afro dance fitness class on the Isle of Wight later this year. So if that's for anyone, meet Henrietta. We've got Georgie, who runs Keep Collective. That's an upcycled textile and clothing business that both works on and off the island. And then we've got Kim, who runs a jewellery shop, which is predominantly based on the island, using local materials as well. So to give you a little bit of an idea into what we run and what the Rebel School kind of looks like on day one, we ask people, what is the number one secret of starting a business? And we close all the blinds and we lock the doors. And you can't say this anywhere. This isn't being live streamed, is it? Good, good. The number one secret of starting a business is to sell something to someone. That's it. If you're not doing that, I don't really know if it's a business, but good for you. And we want to help people figure out, like, what is something, what is the product, what is the service, what is the one thing that you can put at the tip of your arrow, and who is someone. If you know those and you do that, you're on your way. As long as it's something you love, and I think it was really nice to run this course specifically for creatives. So we purposely make our programs accessible and open to all across the country, across the world. And we see a mixture. There's it's always different and it's always the same. There's always a couple of coaches. There's always a cake maker that I tend to make friends with on day one. There's creatives and jewellery makers and all the sorts. But whatever it is that you love, we want to come along. And it is not up to us, it is not up to me to tell you if your idea is going to work or not. That is the one thing that the traditional business route sometimes put you down. If you want to write a business plan, potentially go out and get a loan, whatever that means to you, regardless of your passion, regardless of how amazing your plan is, it might be up to someone else to tell you if your idea is going to work or not. And they might have some knowledge, they might be onto something, but we want you to give it a go. Let's figure out for yourself. A story I always tell is we were running a course in Birmingham, and on day one, I was meeting the new attendees of the course. And I said, well, what's your business? And someone came a little bit too close to me and said, I make mittens for kittens. So I went, okay, sure, let's help out. So sat them down, got them into the course, but it's like, I'm not their customer. A, I don't have a cat. B, I probably wouldn't buy mittens. But if I was in that moment, I'd be like, well, I don't know if that idea is going to work or not. But you know what? You're in the room, let's give it a go. And she was passionate about it. 1 year later, she was making 6 figures on an Etsy store, selling knitwear for cats. But I truly believe if she walked into any high street bank, asked for a loan and said, I make mittens for kittens, they'd be like, security. But we want to show people it'll work. And the way we do it in the room is a mini experiment. Let's de-risk it. Let's take the fear out of it. You're not starting a business. It's just an experiment. Let's give it a go. And a mini experiment, what that looks like for us in the room. And this could be for the business itself or for one element of the business or one product, one service that you want to try. Let's pick that idea, develop the pitch or a prototype. You don't even necessarily have to make the thing, just the idea of the thing, a nice picture of a thing. You can ask one of the many AI tools to generate a picture of the thing nowadays. Figure out who your target audience is, who is the exact person that you think will be brilliant for this kind of product or service. I don't know. Sorry, Siri. Market the idea. Ask for the money. Now, that might seem obvious, but you'd be surprised at the amount of people that do not ask for the sale. That's the scariest bit, and it's often the bit that we forget, especially creatives. We can talk about our skills and our experience and how great the thing is, but eventually we need to go, it's £100, would you like to buy it? And the key bit, a tip for you, is to ask the question and shut up. Because most people go, it's £100. Or it's £50 for you today if you want to buy. In fact, give it for free. You can have 2. Like, ask for the money. Ask for the sale. That's the biggest thing. And once you've asked for the money, you'll get 1 or 2 answers, a yes or a no, regardless of the outcome. You can evaluate, did people buy? Yes, congratulations, you have a business. No, okay, what have we learned? What do we need to refine? Do we need to start again? What does that look like for us? And then the cycle repeats. Once you've hit yes so many times, you've got a business, and that's how Rebel started out. We pitched our very first course. We sent an email out to every single housing association in the UK. We were very excited. We got 30 replies instantly. We were like, here we go, out of offices. But then from that, we had 10 people that were interested in the meeting, 5 of them that were continued to talk to us after we told them the budget, 2 or 3 people that were kind of happy to go to the next stage, and then we eventually sold our very first course. It's what we do. It's a version of how we continue to run the business to this day, and it's the method that we've been teaching since day one. And it's even the same method we taught here on the Isle of Wight. So this is the fantastic cohort from the Creative Island sessions that we ran here. But if I was to leave you with one thing, whether it's a business that you're already running or a business or an idea you're thinking of running, it doesn't matter where you start, it just matters that you start, whatever that might be. They say the best time to start is yesterday. The second best time to start is right now. But ultimately, it's up to you guys to make that change. And our Rebel School, like we ran this course here on the island kind of over January and February. Hopefully we will be back. But in the meantime, we have so much stuff. If you guys want to get involved, I'm going to be around to chat in the lunch break. All of our stuff, we have online, on-demand training that is completely free for you guys to get involved in and attend. We've got a podcast, we've got everything else you might need, and then hopefully we'll be back to see you guys on the island very soon. Thank you for having us.
Awesome. That's amazing. It really was a fantastic programme, and I don't have the power to say, dropping on my paper, to say whether or not they'll be back, but we hope so. Judging by, thank you so much, Effie, how everything went, and it really was quite profound. I think, sort of seeing so many people in the room and connecting with each other. Yeah, it was just fantastic. I've completely messed up my notes, but sell something to someone, and I just put like a little heart next to that because I feel like that's going back to what Gav said. It's like plant your iris, and really see that blossom and grow. Guys, we've wrapped our like morning session quite early. Has lunch arrived, Sam? Ooh. Right, just keep them talking. Okay, so right, during this just lunch break, which will eventually arrive, we have a few little prompts on some big tables. There's 3 main questions, and it's a little experiment that I'm trying out, because we keep hearing about things that artists and creatives can offer, things that they can do, things that they can give back. They've got facilities, they've got space, they've got expertise and knowledge. And then hearing the same, but in reverse, like, I need this, I need that, So we just think there's an incredible pool here, right here on the island, and you can capture that quite quickly, hopefully through Post-it notes. So if you'd like to take part in that, my aim is to try and develop something that's more online based, and then it can become actually tangible, and people can get in a room together and start having peer-to-peer sessions and knowledge exchange. So it's like a knowledge bank. So those questions are out on the tables. If you'd like to offer your services or say what you can provide, if it's divine web design, there we go. Or even if it's videography, or if it's legal advice, it might be a completely different hat. But whatever it is, it's valued, and what you need as well. That's really important. But also what you would like to what you'd like to make, what you'd like to see next in your stage, in your journey, in your creative practice. So that's what's happening in the workshop. I'm also going to slap you all with a number on a sticky label, because we're going to get into groups during our workshop session after lunch, which Zoe Golding will be leading us on. And Zoe is a cultural leader and a choreographer, so she's going to get you all moving and doing star jumps. No, I'm joking. Unless you really want to, you can. But she's going to be leading us through a facilitated workshop after lunch. And then we'll have all of these seats completely filled with our panel. And our panel are going to reflect on some of the themes of today. And then that'll invite you all in to talk a bit more about what you think. And today was about being challenged and being things being provoked, but hopefully inspiring you as well and seeing you through your next stage. So I hope that first bit's been really, really useful. I'm just going to keep talking until the food arrives. But as I said before, there are focus tables at the very end at 3:30 till 4:30, and there are still spaces available. So if you'd like to join one of those, just come and nab me during the lunch break, and I can just put you on that list. And just for clarity, we have Alice Scott Hawkins talking about funding and opportunities, Effie Moss talking about marketing and positioning, and Nikki Kiljoon on business support. So they'll be running those sessions from 3:30, which you can... Oh, I've got the thumbs up, lunch is here. So you can join any of those. Please stay with us. I know some of you might need to dash off, but really appreciate it if you stick around. And please have all the coffee and the tea and the biscuits. Oh, I forgot to put out the biscuits. I just remembered. And the fruit. And thank you all again for being here for this morning session. Enjoy your early lunch, and we will resume back here at 1 p.m. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Did everyone have a nice lunch? Yeah, it's good. Thank you, French Franks, for that lovely, lovely lunch. Just waiting for a few more people to settle back down into their seats. Have a final wee-wee. So I'm in mum mode now. Like, make sure you go to the toilet. So thank you all so much for sticking with us. It's been a lovely day so far. And I just want to mention that this whole space is not run by us. It's a council initiative, and you can find it online as Innovation Wight and on the socials as well. And every Thursday, you can work here for free if you're a creative practitioner. Practitioner, that's the word. You can just waltz in, say, hi, I'm a creative, and you just work here for free. It's amazing. Just do it. And park up for free, use a coffee machine, have a coffee, have 10, and it's just brilliant. And it's a really good way to meet other people as well. There's a regular group that come here as well, but you can use all of the facilities. And further down past the toilets, there's a whole other co-working space about as big as this, but it's like a hush, quiet space. And then there are smaller pods as well if you need a Zoom call or anything like that. So it's a really fantastic place to be able to connect with others. And we're here as well. So you can always come in and say hi and just drop in. And so a big thank you to the Isle of Wight Council for supporting and always enabling the stuff that we do here as well. And a massive shout out to Arts Council England as well. So that was Arts Council England. My pronunciation isn't quite right today. So thank you all so much for filling in the sheets on the tables there. I will collect them. And now we're going to do something a little bit more participatory and interactive with Zoe Golding, who is the founder of Zoe Logic Dance Theatre. And Zoe is our keynote for today and delivering a workshop on creative leadership and direction. And her credentials just go on and on and on and on. And honestly, I'm overwhelmed to have her here. and she gets to stand up because she's a choreographer and deliver her presentation. So huge thank you and big welcome everyone to Zoe Golding.
Hello everybody. Don't panic, you're not going to dance just yet. I saw some faces, absolute terror a minute ago. That's not why I'm here today. I'm here to share a bit of my story and hopefully ignite some passion and some ideas within you guys too. So a little bit about me. This is my world. Connecting people through the power of movement is the thing that I do. Which way do we click? There's the formal bit in my lovely photo shoot, which is always nice to see. I've been doing this for 25 years, challenging perceptions of who dance is for, how you see it and how you experience it. It's literally in my DNA. So much so, this is where I began. Mum's at the back, she's like, there you go, look. Thanks to my mum who couldn't deal with a hyperactive child, hence why I'm stood and not sat, because there's nothing more terrifying to me than having to sit and talk. I was introduced to dance at a very, very young age to make sure I slept, I think, was the main aim. This side was the one that I think most people hoped they would see in lessons. The reality was I spent most of my time faffing around on the left, generally not doing as I was told. And that's kind of a theme throughout my career, which I'm going to share with you a little bit about. Here I am now. I'm an artistic director. I'm a CEO, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a disruptor, but ultimately I'm driven by empowering people to achieve the unimaginable and pave my own way from the beginning. I love that moment when people go, I didn't think I could do that, and I just did it. That's what gets me out of bed in the morning. Over the past 25 years, I've led the never before attempted. We're creatives, we take our imagination and make it a reality. There's been no roadmaps, there's been no business plan. I tried, I failed. Thank you, Rebel, for backing me up that was an okay idea. And I've embraced failure. Creativity is almost what I realise now is setting myself up to fail because I will learn something. I'm a bit of a fight or flight lover, sink or swim. As I said earlier, I'll put my stake in the ground and then I'll see what happens. I've kind of been brought up on that. And creativity thrives, I really believe, in the unknown. And the unknown is a really challenging place to hold because it's that bit in the middle. It's the, I don't know if I'm going to survive this. I don't know if I know what I'm doing. Loads of people are looking at me like I know what I'm doing. I don't. All of those kind of vibes really start to seem out in the unknown, but I've kind of spent most of my time there. For good or bad, I don't know, really. And my lessons have been brutal. They've been self-sabotaging and they've left battle scars. I won't lie about that. But I know that they've empowered me, they've empowered others, and that's what I hope to share with you today and hopefully give you guys a little bit of something to take away with. And the reality is, what I've done by stepping into the unknown so often is I've learnt to trust myself. And that's not an easy thing to do. That thing takes practice. And it takes throwing yourself into spaces that might be uncomfortable or trying things that you don't know about to learn when the tummy goes, ugh, or your head and your heart goes, you shouldn't do that, but your heart says, please do it. All of that. So that's what I've been refining over years. There's so many hands and paper and clickers also here. So we'll click. Shall we click? What goes next? So one thing that's sort of happened to me really is 25 years, a lot of people would say, what would Zoe do? Right, what would Zoe do? It's a very weird saying, if I'm honest. But I'm going to ask you some questions first to see what you might do. So could you pop your hands up if you can, please? Everyone just raise that. It's your first bit of movement. Well done. Lovely. Thank you very much. Keep them up if you feel that you might be ready for something bigger, but not sure what. Yes, room. Thank you. You're tired of playing it safe a little bit? Oh, some people went higher. That was great. Anyone who has an idea that they haven't acted on yet? Yeah, beautiful. And does the unknown terrify you? That's all right, yeah, good, half away. Lovely, thank you for sharing that with me. I get to see in the room where we're all at. So what I do know is there's a load of brave people in this space, so thank you. And yeah, what would Zoe do? Here we go. 25 years. Staying power, Effie brought up. I was like, yeah, I've stayed a bit of a test of time. 456 events, 6 world records, and an MBE later, which I didn't know was coming. I thought I'd done something illegal when it turned up. Through the door, Her Majesty's service. I was like, holy God, what have I done? I'm really bad at life admin. How many tickets have I got? It wasn't. It was actually an invitation, which was lovely. But what would Zoe do? And whilst this was really flattering, I was bemused at what that meant to people. So I thought, in a creative way, I'm just going to do a bit of research, and I'm going to ask people why they said that. And basically, I have an attitude, apparently, of just try it and see what happens. Stop trying to engineer the fear out of it. We have a tendency as human beings to feel safe if we create 15 spreadsheets about something, or if we know everything about everything around it before we give something a go. Me included, there's moments where I try to make it all perfect, but a lot of the time we're trying to create a safe bubble because fear is scary, right? That's the reality. Apparently, I often ask these 4 questions. Thank God none of my team are here. Why does it have to be done like that? Do we have to? Why is it impossible? Who said we can't? And what will it take? And these 4 are the questions I've realised that have taken me through some really foundational moments of growth in my time as a creative and a maker. And I'm going to share 3 of those stories with you. And they look at 3 things today. They're about leaning into fear, backing yourself, and leading the way. Is that all right? I'm going to share those with you now. So the first one, and these are all like squeaky bum times, I'm not going to lie. These are moments where I go, oh God, I don't know if this is ever going to work. The first was in the beautiful, it wasn't beautiful, was it? It was COVID. We just came out of COVID. Well, we went into COVID, actually. I was on the island, in fact. And I had an awful dread of I was about to lose my company, my career, my passion. You're telling me I couldn't hug anyone. I'm in dance. We're touchy-feely. We love to hug and move and be in people's spaces. And you were going to take that away from me. That didn't feel right to me. So we did one of 2 things. We took a outdoor show around care homes, and we performed outside in front of the houses, and they bopped along inside the windows. That was a delightful gift when they really needed it most. But I actually created the grid experience. How big are those boxes? Oh, that lady there. How big are the boxes? 2 by 2 meters. They are 2 by 2 meters squared. I will work within the rules, but I will push what's possible. So I found the rules, and I put this out. These 100 people learnt a routine that I made actually in the kitchen online with me. I'd never met some of them, and they turned up on the day and performed what was just the magical experience. The reality is I didn't have the license till 10 a.m. that day, because the council was still saying no. I was like, well, we're set up now, so we probably should just get on with it. It'll be fine. Luckily, there was one. It's always one. There was one gentleman in there, one person that was like, yeah, she's safe. Everyone else was telling me, no, it's too dangerous, don't do it. We had huge safety precautions in place, and this was after the first lockdown. These people had the most euphoric experience ever. It was the first time they had actually been together, and we were the first mass movement event or connected event in the UK at that time. They told me not to do it. We toured the UK. We were Guardian's top 10 positive COVID response event, which is a really cool title that's too long to say. And I was just so proud. And if I'd have listened to those around me that were maybe more nervous than me and had the right to be, those people wouldn't have had that moment, and it went on to do more and more. So that's kind of that leaning into the fear of it and working out my own level of risk, which is higher than some. The next one, I was asked, more people. You see, I like big things. I like really small things too, which I'll get to in a minute, one-to-one shows, but these are the ones that really made me grow. I was asked to lead Critical Mass, which was a 200-strong disabled, non-disabled dance company of the Commonwealth Games opening ceremony. The job title or explanation was to change the systemic nature of inclusion in mass events. Yeah, I know this lady. Yeah, I felt the same, actually. it was phenomenal. If I'm honest, I was holding onto a train that had already left about a month ago. As an artist, I actually wasn't brought in soon enough to help some of the programming or the project planning. On paper, it should have failed in every single way when you looked at it. Not only did this cohort of 200 perform at the Commonwealth Games, but they also did 6 other huge festival events and created 3 other works in that time. I cried on the living room floor every Wednesday for 6 months until I worked out how I was going to do it. And that's not an exaggeration. This pushed me and the team. I had a team of 50 looking at me, always asking me for the answers, of which I did not have. It had never been done. I was in huge political rooms that said, well, sorry, we can't do it like that. And I had to go, you have to do it like that, because otherwise these people can't be involved. And we're here. You've employed me to change the systemic nature of inclusion. So game on. Are you in? Because I will, I'll be here to the death for this community. What was fascinating about this was that I really had to back myself. And the power pose, have we seen, is it Brené? I can't remember who the TED Talk is. You go in the toilet and you do your superhero pose, gives you the 30 seconds of power you need. Like this, if anyone wants to know it. It does actually work. It led to some extraordinary things happening, but we smashed expectations, and me and this collective of phenomenal humans have changed that way for mass events for life. Like, there is now fundamental rules and systemic things in their playbooks that is now going all around wherever mass events go. So that was pretty cool, but yeah, I won't lie, it was an absolute growth moment, but I had to back myself. I was honest. I told my team when I was crumbling and I didn't know how it was going to work. I just was me all the way. But I had to really know that I could do it. And it took a little bit more than just telling myself. And then the last one, which is about leading the way. I'm known for 25 years of challenging perceptions of boys and men in dance. That's where I began. That was my upbringing and my start place. I've seen it change men's lives in movement. And how it's opened something which is very, very special. So we created the big movement. And I have an ambition. Well, it's already started, actually. It's a big movement, is an initiative to get thousands of men moving for their mental health. I've seen it firsthand, how it's really supported people. It's no secret men's mental health is in crisis. It is a thing that's happening. I know I can do my bit to help, so why can't we do it with loads? I actually want to shut Itchen Bridge, everybody, is what I really want to do. This is what I would like to do. I'm still working on that, obviously, but it'll be any bridge in the world right now. So I was told, you'll never get that. Men will never do it. They'll never step out their comfort zone. They won't come with you. I was like, look, they will. Let's just try. 22 months later, over 884 men have participated in the programme so far. That's just in Southampton and Hampshire, which I'm super happy about. We've now got a touring men's company, and they've been seen on the One Show. We didn't even know that was going to happen. Angela Rippon has picked them up and is parading them around the UK. I don't know if they like it or not, but they're very happy. And it has now picked up interest of 3 other cities with bridges who might want to do it. The reality here is I wasn't going to wait for permission. It's definitely a thing in the arts. I think most of us kind of know, like, you ask for forgiveness, not permission. Got very good at that one. So sorry, but it's all okay, look. And I wasn't going to wait because I knew the crisis was here and I could do something about it. Are we going to get onto a bridge? I don't know. It's like Gavin said this morning, I'm just going to keep saying it till someone gives me one. Because eventually someone will give me a bridge. So just keep saying it and we just keep working towards it. And the reality is that all of this, there they are, having a lovely bloody good time, which is all what it's about. The reality is, these things I know sound really, really massive. They sound really, really huge. The reality is they all started with either a conversation or something on a post-it. Every idea. So scale may be big here in comparison to maybe the world that you're in. You think, oh, how do we get there? It didn't start there. It was on a journey towards there. And today is part of that. We're all on journeys at different scales, at different sizes, at different moments in our career. And we're going to kind of just keep going, right? I think that's the aim of today, isn't it? Like, rally, keep finding the way through. We're living in a world where logic and data can drive our decision making. And whilst it's 100% needed, logic and data is great. But if you don't have the heart and the passion behind it, which we've heard today, why are you doing it, then it's quite hard to sustain the challenges that are faced with running a business. And I do run a business. We've got all of the challenges that a business faces. And creatives are kind of misunderstood for that sometimes, that we're not a business, like we are. And we run like one, we have the challenges like any other, but sometimes we're not seen like that and can be a bit demystified. Oh, she's the dancey girl. Like, dancey girl, great. Let me demystify that for you. And so perception is a huge thing. And ultimately today, we're going to do a little bit of a workshop. I'm going to take you through some of basically the practice that I do in the studio or the space with people, I've brought here for you today. So it's a little bit of self-discovery, a little bit of time for you to think about yourselves and your space. It's not quite, it kind of touches Rebel World in the sense of like a workshopy business thing, but I'm doing it more from the artistic place, really, the investigative place. You ready to do some other stuff? Sure, great. First up, I'm going to demystify dance for you, because who likes dancing? Yeah. Oh, this is a good room. I'm coming back. No one ever puts that many hands up. Ultimately, what we've started doing in most of our spaces is replacing the word dance with movement, hence the big movement. Because if I go in and say the big dance, guys just walk out the room. And they're like, no, thank you. Not all. I saw some hands up. The reality is movement is life. Proof we exist starts with a heartbeat. We're always moving. You're breathing. It doesn't stop, ever. And my favourite one, I got told this by a brilliant artist, we move before we speak. We are always communicating through movement, and we never stop doing it. Long before businesses, cities, and empires were built, we were communicating with our bodies. When we moved to survive, we moved to explore. Movement is not something we do. Movement is who we are. It is our identity, our bodies, our brains. We've all evolved through movement. And that's who we are. I don't know if you've had that experience. I've had it where I can be one side of a space, I can look across, I know exactly who it is by how they're stood, how they're holding themselves, how they might be like talking. We know it through movement. So go on, get your hands up again. Hands up. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was some beautiful interpretive dance back there. That was fantastic. I work with young people. I've got eagle eyes everywhere. 360 view. No, it's great. Carry on. Have you ever been part of a Mexican wave? Keep your hand up. Have you been part of a Mexican wave? Lovely. Have you ever danced with a child at a party? Have you ever done the really awkward thing in the road where you have to dodge someone? Great. You've all danced. Congratulations. You can take your hands down. That's all movement. There's choreography in all of that. We may not think it because it's not Britain's Got Talent or diversity, but we are choreographing our way around life quite easily. So I am going to do a little bit of a task, and we'll see how this goes because we're going to go into the workshopy bit now. Could you, if you want to stand or sit, but just find a partner and face them? That's all you need to do. You can stand if you like, or you can sit. You'll have a bit better time if you stand. You'll have an easier time if you stand like these two who jumped up. But feel free to stay sat. It's not a problem. And very quickly, just say your name if you haven't already. Hi, hi, hello, hello. Lovely. Great. If you don't have a partner, you can join up in a 3 if you want. Label yourselves A and B. Someone's A, someone's B. Great. Listen to all the giggling. This is why I do it. All the nervous giggling. I'm going to give you a task. You ready? It's as simple as this. One of you is going to write your name with your hand, with your elbow, with your nose, I don't mind, whatever you like. The other person is going to copy at the exact same time. Could I borrow you for a moment? Would that be okay? Should we demo? Yeah, come on. If you just face me, and you're just going to copy me with your hand. Ready? Done. That's all you're going to do, just for a minute. One of you write your name, the other follows, and then switch over. Go. Nice, everyone. Great. Come back to me, come back. Lovely. Level 1 complete. We're going to go to level 2. Level 2, so level 1 was like here, good chalkboard. Level 2, I'd love you to see sometimes if you take a bit more space and you might change your speed a little bit. So right now, you've got to really zoom in to just the task you're doing. Really focus on that task and just see if you can take a bit more space, find a bit of speed. Obviously, my whole body's going because I like movement. Do what you like. Go. Those of you watching at home, find a mirror. Lovely. Okay, pause there. We're just going to do something now. Thank you for indulging in my world of movement. This end, the back room over there, and everyone online, this is for you too. You're going to do yours first, and when you finish, just pause, and then we'll switch. You're just going to do yours, and we'll pause. You ready? I know, I'm not going to say any more than that. All this lot, look that way. Wait till I give you the go. So, put a bit of this on. If I can have sound up, please, guys. And go. Stay focused. Beautiful. Round of applause for that half of the room, everybody. And then we'll switch. Everyone back there, just watch the front team. Ready? 5, 6, 7, go. Beautiful. And round of applause from the people at the back. Yeah, great. And take a seat, everyone. Take a seat. How did that feel? Great. What was great about it? Togetherness. Yeah, the connectedness. And that's what movement really can give us, is that power of connection without the speech. But what was most important to me was the level of joy that was in the room. I'm going to come back to joy a bit later after we've done some practical stuff. But joy is obviously a big part of the work that I do. We're going to go inwards a little bit. And I'd like you just to have a little think for yourself about, we're going to look at two things. So we're going to look at challenges. Let me start again. My work is very much about like getting to action. So these big live events and these big shows, I don't have time to really like over ponder a decision. I get forced into, we need this answer now because we're going to go live in 20 minutes. And I have to go, is it going to cost me 50 grand, 10 grand, 6 grand? How many people is it going to need? And the file of facts runs. So I've created a little method of my own about how I create decisions quickly, and I'm just hoping I can share that with you and take you on a little process of that. So I'd love you to think about identifying 3 challenges you might be facing now. Could you do that? Does that sound like an achievable thing? If you've got a notepad with you, or there's Post-its, isn't there? There's paper around. 3 challenges. I'm going to give you a few minutes to really think about this. Yes, there's the obvious one. We do know money. The lady yes, absolutely, totally agree. But can you go a bit further than money? Is there something behind that? Can you go a little bit deeper? I'll just give you a couple of minutes on that. 3 challenges. And don't overthink it. If you only get to 1, that's also fine. If your brain stops, don't worry, just sit in it. Sit in the unknown. Be comfortable with it. The brain will find it. Nearly all there, I can see. Don't rush though. I gave you 6 minutes for this just in case you wanted longer. Don't like to rush. Last 30 seconds. Great. Oh, look at the calm. It's beautiful. Beautiful focus. Have you all got something? I want you to look at that list and I want you to pick one thing, not the easy one. So my mum chuckled then. Not the easy one. You're then going to turn to the person next to you. Just spend a little bit of time having a conversation. So there's 2 ways that I generally helps me make a decision. One is the conversation technique, and one is a canvassing. And I'm going to give you examples of both. The conversation is I go to that person or someone and I just get an opinion really quickly. So you're going to share that challenge with someone, and the listener is going to ask why and what's really stopping you. That's the only thing. So I'll say it again. You're going to share your challenge with someone, and maybe while you're avoiding it, if you know, you might not know, the listener is going to ask why and what's really stopping you. I'm going to give you 5 minutes for one, and then we'll change over and you have a 5-minute conversation for the other, because today is about having some time to think about these things so you can go away with stuff. Is that okay? Great. If you get really bemused, just shout me and I'll come and help. Go. If you're at home, obviously, just think about those 3 challenges you've got. Go through them for yourself and think about those answers for yourself.
I realise as I write them down, they're all different dimensions of the same thing. Broadly. The first one I've picked out is that it is a challenge for me that I do different kinds largely two different sort of techniques and different outcomes. I work freelance as well as being an artist, and so that's a different kind of activity. So I've labelled it distraction, which isn't necessarily the right word, but it is, I guess, like fragmentation, and that is a challenge. Yeah.
So why is it a challenge?
Why it's a challenge is, I mean, there's lots about it that I celebrate, there's lots about it that I choose, that I intend, but what I find challenging about it is the sense of never quite being able to do everything that I want to with any one of those things. So there's a sense of... I'm coming.
Gonna come. Hey, everybody. Oh, I did the teacher thing, look. Ha, did the teacher thing, hands up. It worked. Just listen up just a second. I'm just going to share a little bit with you. The aim of this conversation right now isn't to solve the thing. The aim is just to talk about the challenge. We're going to come on to a solving task in a minute. So don't worry, just stick with that little bit of like, what's the challenge, and identify it. All right? If you haven't yet, change over. If you haven't yet, change over. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
So that does create some structure, but we don't tend to use it in a very strict but it is a place
Wherever you're at, try and finish that conversation. Wherever you're at, bring it to a close.
You go. I'll give you 2 more minutes.
You've just got an increased 2 more minutes because there's a set of 3 over there. Carry on.
That's been really helpful. As opposed to saying these things out loud. It's a chemistry,
that's what you're doing, isn't it? It's when you recognise it.
Absolutely. So I do a lot of one-to-one work with creative people, help people to plan and deliver projects and apply for funding. And it is a kind of magic. I see that all the time. People are like, it's not so scary. Or now I've said it out loud. I know why I've been telling myself I can't do it, or now I can see what the solution is. It is a wonderful thing. And for
1 minute left. 1 minute.
it's not necessarily generating income, so it is restricted for time and space, and it is restricted for those opportunities to kind of come out, because it's like, oh, I'm just carrying it around in here, and then I'll get this chance or that chance to spend some time with it, but that's often in solitude. Certainly with visual artists, it's not necessarily collaborative or verbal. It can be quite non-verbal, and so it becomes quite sort of in your own head.
Okay, everybody, if you can have your attention back. I almost put the countdown clock on. I was really tempted. Wrap up there. So the reality is I know that what helps me make a decision is if I say it out loud. Because all of a sudden I hear myself saying something and I go, oh, I just said that. The reality is the other person listening doesn't have to be a specialist in what I do. I say to them, can you just ask me why? And can you just ask me, and those 2 questions, and then I get back my own answer. So it's something you can bring, it's active listening, effectively, it's a coaching technique. And so anyone can listen and just give that space to you, and it just might help you learn something. Did anyone else have those little likes, oh, I've just said it, oh. I know there was down here, there's a few epiphanies. So that's one approach. if I've got to make a decision, especially if it's like really fast. You just speak to me, have a chat. The other one is about canvassing. Now, when I take, for example, taking over Itchen Bridge with 2,000 men dancing, I start with 2 questions. What do I know and what don't I know? So I take the challenge and I ask myself, what do I know? As an example, I know there's a bridge. Tick. I get really sort of obvious. I know that I can put a show on that bridge. I know exactly how I will do that as a creative. I've seen it in my head. We know we're all visionary. You can see it, you've done it, you can smell it, eat it, taste it. Done. Do I know, what don't I know? How to get 2,000 men on a bridge. So I ask myself these questions in my creative practice, and they give me a little list so I can simmer the brain and focus on the things I need to solve. So your next task is to take either the same challenge, if you're really happy and want to go a bit further, or pick another one off your list. And I want to spend the time, a good 10 minutes, what do you know about that challenge or about the world you're working in, or the creativity or the product or the service? And then what don't you know? Is that clear? Yeah? Again, if you get stuck, just ask me over. So what do you know? What don't you know? If you don't have anything to talk about today, just make something up. Just go with the flow. You don't even have to do the thing you're really concerned about. Pick something else. Clouds, I don't know, rain. Go for it. change over and move on if you haven't already.
For a project,
3 minutes left, 3 minutes. One minute left. For those of you at home, hope you've got some lovely long lists. 30 seconds. Ten, nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lovely. How's that? All right? Yeah. Did it just give you a gateway into some things? Is it a nice way to... The don't you knows I find are quite interesting when you really get into them, from the granular to the massive. But what it helps me do is take something big and reduce it quite small. It's like eat the elephant approach. What I then do is each of you should have, hopefully, I think there's some more to be handed out down the front here, I think. You've got one of these. Anyone got one of these yet? Got one of those. Yeah? Good. Put your hand up if you haven't. Lovely. George, you'll hand them out. And at home, or at the office, wherever you may be, you just need to draw yourself 8 boxes. Looks like this. We all got one? Great. So you'll see at the top, the don't you know to solve. So what I'd love you to pick is to pick now one of the don't you knows off the list. Again, you can pick an easy one or a challenging one. And the reality is, the task is, you have to fill all, I'm going to say 7 boxes. This could go one of 2 ways, so I'm just winging it right now. So 7 boxes you have to fill and leave 1 blank with solutions to the I don't know. So you put the I don't know at the top, whatever that statement was, and then come up with solutions. You can come up with really practical ones. I can guarantee you, by the time you get to 4, your brain is going to implode and you're going to be like, can't think of anything. It will go absolutely silent. It could. At that point, sit with it. Sit with it longer. It's a Pixar theory in a sense of Pixar don't take the first idea. They don't take the second idea. They don't take the third idea or the 4th. They take the 5th or the 6th or the 7th. Because our brain gets rid of the obvious. And you might be really bold in this. I don't know might be I want to design a new pair of trainers and one of my boxes is I'm going to get Nike to sponsor 54 million pairs. That would help me get my shoe known. Be bold, be brave, but also you can be practical and small. All good? That's working on your own. But leave 1 box free. Go. Be really quiet at this point. And at home, just do the same thing. You can try and fill all 8 boxes. That would be great. Try and zone into your brain, if you can. Try and zone into your brain. Don't be too precious about it either. Lob them out. If you're looking up into the air, that's okay. That's you tapping into your brain. Stay there. You've quite likely hit that empty brain moment. Stay there. Look at the question again. Look at the challenge again. Don't judge what you write. Don't try and overanalyze it. Don't try and even see if it's possible. If you are done, just chill and have a moment by yourself. Peace and quiet is rare. Try not to interrupt the flow. Got 1 minute, see what you get. Don't worry if you don't make it. Don't judge yourself. You won't be the only one in the room. 30 seconds. Can you fill one more box? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're done. Instantly we'll judge. I didn't fill all my boxes. Don't worry. It's just a task. If you've got an empty box left, everyone should have one empty box left. You know, like the quiz shows. Oh, listen up, team. Just to the back. Hi. Thanks. Hi. Hi. That's okay. You're having a lovely time. It's fine. I just don't want you to miss the next bit because you've got to do a doing. The next part is, if you've got an empty box, you know, like the quiz show where you go and hand your quiz paper around. I would love you to hand your paper to someone else, for that person to look at the challenge at the top and see if they can add something else to the boxes for you. Do not judge what you've written on your page. Don't worry, everybody. Just change it and see if you can help. Behind you, across, someone you spoke to already, someone you haven't. Can someone else fill those boxes for you? And at home, you're probably on box 7. Have a walk around. Maybe stand up, stretch, touch your toes. See if you can fill the other boxes in. Can you help a friend out? You don't need to understand totally what they've written. Might not make any sense to you. Just look at the challenge and write your own thought. If it doubles up, doesn't matter. It's a confirmation that that's a good action to take. Pass it back when you're done. If you can't think of anything, write them a message of support. Still going, look, game on. And then pass them back if you haven't already. Pass them back, give your gifts back. Ten out of 10, you won the beer. Great. So if I could have your attention back here, back to me, everybody, back to me. I'm nearly over. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come back to me. Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. It's all right. I'm used to this bit. I'm used to begging back for attention because what's happening is you're having brilliant conversations and I hate having to stop them because of a watch. I'd rather let you carry on. But what was really great there was the focus and the commitment to filling in the boxes for other people. I use this method to go round and I ask different people to fill a box in. Sometimes, you know that game that you used to fold the paper over? You draw the head, fold the paper over, draw the middle, fold the paper over, draw the feet. Sometimes I used to fold the boxes over so they didn't see. And if I had like 3 that said the same sort of thing, I was like, okay, that's my own market research. Done. Okay, help me make a decision. Sometimes I'll ask someone with a specialism to fill all 8 because I want them to go a bit further. Sometimes I'll ask people not in my world at all and just see what happens. So that's just a technique for canvassing. So you had conversation, active listening, where you brought your challenge, you asked the person just to ask why and what's stopping you. and you heard your own voice say it out loud and you noted that. And then the other way that I've done it and shared with you today is canvassing, where you created the what do I know, what don't I know, and then picked that challenge and you've come up with 8 possible solutions. So when it goes back to what Jack was saying about pick one, give it a go, try something, that's how I get to that bit. So then I can start experimenting and playing. So I hope that was really, really helpful. I've got a little bit of a closer and then we're going back to the panel, I believe, comes next, doesn't it? So that's a little bit practical for you to take away. I'm just finding my clicker. Sorry, back to you. I'm coming back to the word joy. Joy is not an indulgence. It's a survival and performance skill. It fuels motivation, creativity, collaboration, and identity all at once. I was asked a little bit about how I deal with burnout, constant high pressure, running a business that has a lot of emotional labour. I support people to empower their lives and bring things to their world they didn't know what they could do. With that becomes a lot of weight to keep delivering that. Because the minute you take that away from the fabric of someone's life, that's a challenge. So always on the funding loop, always on the how are we going to get there, and the loop, as Effie said this morning. I was asked what keeps me going, and the reality is the minute I hunt for the smallest piece of joy in what I'm doing, my mindset changes. And the minute I see joy, everything about what comes next is kind of slightly easier solved. So really, joy is not just a fun thing to have. It's not a good day out at the park. Actually, joy is fundamental. And these are also some of the reasons that it helps with us when we're running businesses or being creative. Joy doesn't remove challenges, but it changes how we perceive and respond to them. It's a resiliency problem solver. It builds confidence because it broadens perspective, reduces fear, and enables adaptive, flexible responses to stress. That's what joy brings. And the resiliency and innovation, people who intentionally cultivate joy are more likely to persist, recover, and innovate when facing difficulty. So joy is a secret amplifier of human potential. I hope you got some joy out of that today. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you today. Thank you very much. This is my world. Oh, no, there you go. Sorry, I forgot. Remember those things. Really important. Also, embrace uncertainty, trust your gut, back yourself. Don't wait for any permission. Go get a bridge. Thank you.
You're staying here, aren't you? Yes. Do you need to go,
To the loo?
Yeah. Okay. Can I stand? Is that all right? Okay, so we're going to have our panel discussion now. Sorry, Effie. Zoe, that was amazing. That was so super amazing. And I think there's loads that came out of that, which was about really like feeling the fear, and it will be fine. I think we sort of say these things to ourselves quite a lot, and embracing the failure and trust yourself. I think they're just really, really wonderful things are good to kind of like keep on sort of saying. But thank you so much. We're going to have some roaming mics. Yes, I'm getting the nods. So we'll have 3 practitioners here, and this will be a facilitated panel discussion with Alice Scott Hawkins, who's a specialist in artist support, and with our lovely Zoe, and Effie from earlier as well, and Sean Turner, who is an art designer and theatre maker on the Isle of Wight. Can I invite them all up here and give them all a warm welcome while they take this really long journey to the to the stage? Do you want to use that one or that one or this one?
I don't mind. I'll use whichever one you want to give me. Maybe I shouldn't sit on this one, though.
No.
Sorry, use that one. It's the roving one, yeah?
Got it.
Oh, that's good. Yeah,
roving ones. Everyone got a mic? Cool. Excellent.
Don't need a pen. Zoe, I've got your water here. Do you want? Oh, yes, please. Hello. How very exciting. I just did a lot of unexpected development of thinking about my own creative practice there, and I'm a bit mind blown, but thank you very much, Zoe. That was wonderful. I'm Alice. I'm an artist and a specialist in artist support. I work freelance, helping creative people to plan projects, apply for funding. I am based in Southampton, and over the last few years I've had the great privilege of working with many of the members of the Creative Network here. Oh, I'm excited. In deep dive, one-to-one conversations, hosting group feedback sessions. So I know how diverse, passionate and determined the creative community is here on the island. And yeah, it's a great privilege to be invited to have those conversations and to get to know the Creative Network members. Welcome to the stage, Sean Turner. Tronner. Apologies.
No, if you read the sheet, it says Tronner.
Okay. And welcome, because others on the panel have been on the stage already so far today, but this is a warm welcome for you, coming straight in. Great. Effie Moss, who we heard from this morning, and Zoe, who we've heard from just now. I have some questions to kick things off, but I imagine that there will be plenty of questions in the room. So please do start waving when you've got a question to ask, because I'm very happy to defer to your questions and make sure we use the time for those. Sean, I'll start with you, if that's okay. Sure, yeah. So we've heard a bit already from Effie and Zoe today about their backstories and what they do. Yeah. We know that you're a designer and an art director for theatre, film and festivals.
Yeah, all right.
Can you tell us a bit about where you started and what the kind of key moments were in growing into what you do now?
Yeah, I guess I didn't realise that this is what I wanted to do. I guess from the very beginning. I grew up in quite a theatrical family and headed in the opposite direction for as long as I could. Sorry. Swipe you. So I'm actually quite a handsy talker. I do this. Yeah, sorry. I'll use this hand.
Movement is welcome.
We've got space here, yeah. Yeah, my mum's a choreographer, my dad's an actor. I grew up in that household of freelancers. And so it was, the idea was to, just like maybe knuckle down and get a proper job. So I went and did illustration, as if that's a proper way to earn a regular income, and realised I don't like tech, particularly like working on my own. And so I was happiest collaborating with people, and also all my illustrations I was putting them into 3D environments and creating live illustrations, much to the despair of lecturers. Didn't really fit. What are you doing? And that was a good 20 years ago. And then I did an MA in theatre design at Motley in Covent Garden, and had the best year of my life in a 24-hour studio on Drury Lane. Which was magic, just making theatre without any budgets or constraints, just being in the heart of theatre world and bringing things to life with 11 other practitioners who have become best friends. I married one of them, actually. So that's how I got into it. But actually, I did say that I tried to go as far away from it as possible, and then I very quickly in the story just U-turned and came back to theatre. But I did I was working in a hospital, not knowing what to do after university. I was portering, and I took a job on a Hackney Empire Panto, where I could do some drawing and do a little bit of building for set and costume. And then someone said, you should come and work with us in the summer and do an opera season. So it's word of mouth, and I was like, okay, I'll come and do that. 2 people that I met in both those jobs said, you should try Motley. I think that you're actually a designer masquerading as someone who doesn't know what to do. So you should go and do that. And so, the rest is kind of history.
So the value of asking other people to tell you or to help you to answer your questions. Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, not realising what you want to do, but kind of... colliding with people it's a bit of a specialism of mine on how to move forward in your career.
And can you tell us a little bit about projects you're working on now or recently to give us a sense of that sort of scale or, give us some examples?
So recently well, I say recently, I put that in a bio because they're the kind of big projects, and you go, actually, that's about 4 years ago now, so you should probably stop talking about that. But large scale kind of hits biggest during COVID. Weirdly, nobody was working, and then two of the largest producers got in touch and gave me opportunities to work on things for when life reopens. That was Done and Dusted and Secret Cinema. Yeah. But I'd already worked for 7 years with Pete, who's here in the back, at Punch Drunk Enrichment. And yeah, they've been the kind of a bit of Punch Drunk with a kind of backbone, which led me down an immersive theatre route. And then that immersive thing became quite trendy, so I've been able to get a bit of corporate work off the back of that, and do various projects. Sorry, my mouth is really dry. Is it possible to get a drink of water? Yeah.
Shall I ask someone else a question for a moment?
Of
course.
No, that's wonderful. My mouth. I don't know why my teeth have completely... I didn't need a drink a minute ago. Now I'm completely...
Thank you very much for
come back to me.
Bearing with us while we asked
There's
you
more
to
of a
jump
story
straight
there.
in. I have many other questions. I've got one for you, Effie. You gave us a bit of a whistle-stop tour earlier through some of your career highlights. For anyone who wasn't in the room at the time, they include Dragon's Den, QVC with your dogs, I think you said. Can you tell us a bit more about how you came to recognise what you frame as the bit in the middle from your own experiences?
It's a den story. I'm not even sure it's anyone. To your point about there was a project 4 years ago, and whether it's still worth talking about. The den was in like 9 years ago, and I still talk about it. So there's still value in everything we do. By the way, I'm just saying.
Appreciate that.
That's okay.
I'm interested.
While I'm here, high five. Yeah, definitely. High five. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I'm totally deflecting. So the bit in the middle, I think it was after the den actually. I'd just taken a handmade business in front of 12 million people, quite honestly, and my whole world crashed around me. I was kind of being pushed from an investment point of view to generate more zeros in terms of my revenue, and operationally we couldn't sustain it. And I knew that. And I kind of just went with it, thinking somebody else would know what to do and how to kind of get me out of this. And you can tell I'm a bit nervous sharing this, so I hope you don't mind. But what ended up happening was after the den, and I actually asked the BBC not to put me on in the August, to put me on in the January, because it was the Christmas period, we were really busy. I'd closed my books and I didn't want any more orders. And you can imagine now that Deborah's sitting there going, Effie, we're going to go on national telly, everyone's going to see this, and we are going to take orders because you're going to take money. And I was like, but this was not the reason I started this business, right? I started it because I loved it. I started it because I wanted children to have something to play in. I wanted it to create memories. And I suddenly felt this disconnect. And I think as I moved through the den journey, I then did something. It's a bit of a thing, so take what you want from this or what resonates and please leave the rest. But I ignored her. So really what ended up happening was we moved through the whole den piece. It aired. It was, it all boomed, and I burnt out. I was like completely like, I don't know how we're going to sustain this. These are products that take 6 to 7 hours to make, and suddenly I'm having to make tens of thousands of them. Like, how on earth am I going to do that? And that's where the British Legion came in. We were able to go to them, and they ended up helping us. And I met the most incredible people during that entire period. And I then pushed through Christmas, and CityLink decided to go bust. Literally as they were carrying most of my product as the year on, literally after the den episode. So you can imagine now I've gone from being on this pedestal I didn't ask for to sort of being knocked to the ground with everyone just like, what have you done? Like, you can't do this, you've let us down. And I still remember the name of every child that we weren't able to deliver a TP for that Christmas. And it was soul destroying. But the reason I talk about the bit in the middle, and I know this is a very extreme example, and I understand that for this particular story, is that Christmas passed. I remember working on Christmas Day and Boxing Day. I remember sitting in my mother-in-law's kitchen, and everyone's trying to get me to a dinner table, and I just kept wanting to send people emails to apologise, to make sure their children were all right, that I didn't ruin Christmas, all these kind of wonderful these things. And I then decided to ignore her. I ignored her for nearly 4 months. And by this point, she was quite prepared to send me a very nasty letter, wanting me to come back and talk to her and work out how we were going to rebuild my business. Well, this is what the bit in the middle was for me. Because what I actually did was, in ignoring her, I leant back into me, what inspired me. I leant back into my story. I leant back into my experience, having worked in tech companies. I rebuilt my website. I put payment plans in place. I rebuilt my team. I knew what I needed to do. I just didn't need the noise. And that's what the bit in the middle is. Often it's stillness. And that's where I discovered it. Because in that moment of stillness, I reconnected back to my business. You know, I had so many people kind of like pointing fingers, judging, all these things. But I didn't ask to be put on a pedestal. And it was in that kind of moment with the bit in the middle that I actually realised I prefer to lead from the pathway. That's how I've always led. And that's how I want to build my business. And so that's what I did.
That's wonderful. Thank you for
That's
sharing
all right.
that.
It's a bit much. I'm sorry, did I overshare? Apologies.
Not at all. I'm going to speak on behalf of the women, say not at all. And earlier today, people have talked about learning from mistakes, and you know, I think it's really valuable to hear these stories, and you know, to be able to take the learning from them.
Thank you.
Zoe, you spoke earlier about ignoring what other people were saying. I just saw the connection there, that, you know, the right way was to actually say, okay, no, I'm not listening to this very highly esteemed advice. I wonder if there's anything more you could tell us about what it's taken to go from being a creative individual to establishing a company and having that sort of scale and responsibility for a team.
That was awesome, by the way. Thank you for sharing, both of you. I'm a little bit overwhelmed by it. I was like, go on. I'm now high-fiving you. It's like a panel of love. Ultimately, I think there's lots of people that... in a business world, when you're creative and you start with creativity and it comes from a place of vision and play and exploration, then you need to turn something into a business. Moving into that sphere is really challenging. And there's a lot of people that are telling you how you need to do it and how you should do it and what it should look like. And I face the same sorts of things with people promising the world and like, we'll solve all your problems. You're like, yay, someone's going to save me and help me. The reality is it comes back to me and the team and who we are. There was many a time where I think it comes back to that trust thing. I won't believe something's impossible until I absolutely see it for myself. Like I can hold it, punch it, stand on it. I'll just keep digging. And the people that stay with me are those who are ready to dig with me and to keep going with me. And those that aren't, it doesn't mean that there was any badness in that, but they just didn't want to come on that place of vulnerability. So from that, building your own business and growing, you're always vulnerable all the time. You're basically just fronting most of the time. You're vulnerable, vulnerable, vulnerable. So I learned the skill to hold people through vulnerable moments, to ask you lot to get up and just do a bit of dancing, to ask men to come in and dance on a bridge. I used that experience through building a business to create it as my thing I do, is to hold people on a journey, because I know how that feels. So that's how I translated it into what I do today, I guess.
Brilliant, thank you. Sean, if it's okay to come back to you.
I'm stuck.
Matt, happens to all of us. This morning, Matt was talking about his sink or swim moments, and I wondered if that might be a prompt for you to tell us about. Have there been turning points or moments where it might all have gone one way or the other, or that you can look back and see, actually that thing that I said yes to unlocked what came next?
Yeah. So I took a dream job on that I thought on paper I was going to become Deputy Creative Director of Mammoth Festivals and design festivals and areas and locations, draw maps and stages, and I'd spend the winter drawing and then I'd be at festivals all summer.
Sounds great.
Amazing. Reality was I did drawings that I loved all winter, and then the budgets hit about January, February, and so you keep redrawing, and then you find yourself actually on site, redrawing, because they're dwindling budgets, and Live Nation own everything, and they realised they had a pen for hire, and so I was opening up almost a festival a week between May and September, and I totally burnt out. And that was a taking stock moment, pre-COVID, taking stock. I think we can all share a COVID creative taking stock. Every life took stock during COVID, but that was a particular, I hadn't seen my family for a while and just kind of burned. And so, just realising, picking up the pieces and going, okay, what were we doing again? This is what we were doing. Okay, so you maybe a full-time thing isn't necessarily for you. If that was an obvious job, you'd have probably gone for that first. But actually picking the strands of lots of different and diversifying the projects is where my head stays healthiest, because I then realised that one inspires another, and so between festivals and theatre, less festivals, but some festivals, theatre and opera and dance and occasionally it's a kind of interior design project where someone wants to bring their narrative into the way that they present themselves physically in a bar or a restaurant or a hotel. Occasionally those little gems come up, and I get to do a bit of that as well. What was I talking about?
I was asking you about sink or swim moments.
Yeah, okay, so I swam out of that, which probably helped me. What is it? What do you do? You kind of solidify your belief in which direction you're heading in. And trusting and making sure you fully trust the people around you when you're working in that environment. That was a good swimmer.
Great, thank you.
There's more,
Okay.
but I shan't. Let's do snippets of sinking.
Yeah.
I'll come back with the swimmer at some point. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to come back to you, Effie, and ask you if there are sink or swim moments that you can look back on, or turning points.
Yeah, that was it.
That was the one.
That was the one. That was the biggest one, I think, for me. It really, really was. I think it kind of also solidified everything I thought I knew about business or building a business versus and what was expected. So when we enter, since I was a little girl, I just used to, when people say to me, what do I want to grow up to do? I used to say, I want to be a businesswoman. I want to be a businesswoman. And everyone would say to me, okay, well, what does that mean? Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yay. It's a bit, sorry. I want to be a businesswoman. And so I did that. I became a businesswoman and discovered I didn't actually like it that way. And that's why, much to Zoe's point, one of the things I'm now able to do is to help people design businesses that align with their lives, that actually aligns with their passion, their creativity, all these kind of wonderful things. Because I can sit here and tell you, well, if you want to scale to this or you want to do this, this is a path. But that's somebody else's path. You have to find yours. And that's why the language around the bit in the middle emerged. It's why we have all the exciting things that comes in from Rebel and Startup, and we're doing all this wonderful support, But you have to take what resonates and you leave the rest. You have to sift and sort. And, we all get to define what that path looks like. We all get to design a business that suits us. And so I guess that was my swim moment, really. That was kind of the realisation that, even though there's people out there that might be a bit more powerful and, have built businesses and had much success, it doesn't necessarily mean that I should adopt it. The way that I adopt it is to create it in my own way, and that's what I did. So I've kept swimming. And sometimes it's hard. Sometimes I really paddle. But I'm still swimming, and I know many, many people in this room continue to swim, so that's awesome. Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Zoe, any sink or swim moments?
Yes, hundreds. I think the main one for me was when I knew that if I didn't get sustainable funding, I wouldn't run anymore. So I was funded by Arts Council to start developing some of my work, and I was really honoured to do so. They kept sort of saying, your work's amazing, you're doing amazing things for communities, you're changing lives, this is phenomenal, this is phenomenal. And I was like, if you don't support me anymore, it's not going to happen anymore. Help me. And I was kind of really open and honest about when I needed the help, because I knew the reasons I was doing it, I knew why I was doing it, and at that point, you can do two things. You can batten down the hatches and you just need the quiet, absolutely 100%. Once you've done that quiet and you know what you need, you've got to go and ask for it and not be frightened to get a no, because if you get a no, there'll be someone else. And I just basically just go through till someone says yes at some point. But for me, that was a sink or swim, because I got to that point where if I wasn't going to get a bit of backing, and then we did, we went through obviously the process. There was no sort of dodgy backhanders, but it was then we became MPO. But we got that because I spoke to so many relationship managers and I told them all about my story and what I was doing and what I wanted to do, that when that application got on the table, they just knew who I was. So there was something about, again, I said it earlier and Gavin said it, just keep saying it. That was the swim from the sink that I saw coming.
And just to clarify, that was going from project funding from
Yeah.
Arts Council England
Yeah.
to getting national portfolio organisation revenue funding,
Yeah.
which then is for the organisation and to, I was going to say 3 years at a time, but that's
Who knows anymore,
not
but-
necessarily.
Yeah,
been
it
the
gave me
case
some
very
stability, but
recently.
it comes with a double-edged sword. So, half of my team are reporting, doing data. But it did allow me, I did the same with another funder. They weren't government funded, but it was another philanthropy team. And I just went to them and said, look, I've got this. The one thing I learnt, and I've heard what you just said in the same way, is you just really have to know what you're doing it, why you're doing it, and be able to tell that really clearly. Because once you've got that, you're almost unstoppable, because there's no vague, even if you believe it or not, it's irrelevant. But that's the better I got at making the case for my work and why it should exist. And it doesn't have to be a life-changing thing. There's always purpose around everything, even if it's a product. Why is it here and why does it matter? People then listen. So yeah, I just kept digging at that, really.
Great, thank you. I've got another question, and I'm soon to come to the audience. But I was thinking earlier, sitting in the audience, that I'm very aware of how words like business can make creative people kind of bristle or feel that it's not for them, it's not them. But I think that hearing other people's experiences can make all of that feel more accessible. And so thinking back to some of the prompts and questions that came up earlier, I wanted to ask each of you, can you tell us how and when you worked out who your customers were? or not, but insights into that, I think it can be a question that's quite tricky for creative individuals. So yeah, I wondered how that sat with you.
Am I going first on this one? But so I guess my customers are also makers. So it's quite a complicated, weird way of looking at Sorry, there it is. There it is. Where actually I get commissioned to work within a company by other producers and makers. And generally it's a director and a producer who will bring me on board. So kind of they're my customer, but then I've got a second layer of customer as a paying punter who's going to come see the show. And so you're making the work for them, but with your first layer customer, who's your the person who's commissioning you to do the work.
And was there a moment or a point where that sort of crystallised for you, or was it always apparent?
I don't think really I've always necessarily I've trusted the people that I'm collaborating with rather than trying to guess what people want. I think is actually so that I think so, because you compromise a concept or an idea if you try and cater. For in my world, I'm not necessarily selling anything particularly. So, but yeah, ignoring your customer? Is that what I just came round to? It's not. It's not.
No, I don't think so. I don't think
no.
so. I think what you just told us is that trusting your collaborators is one of the things that's helped you to sort of find the way with that.
Thank you for making sense of that. I appreciate it.
Doing my best. That's what I'm here for.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I think I have, well, it's one theme, really. So on one side, I have my consulting, so I'll step into companies as a fractional CMO. So normally I'd go in and I'd help them navigate through their marketing and things that they're doing. It's all very exciting, and you get to set up their teams and stuff. But normally that business is going through the bit in the middle, always actually, because they're normally looking, they've either got a growth goal or something is happening within that business and they need support, but they want an external view. And that's something I always feel very privileged to be able to do. But then it's my founder work as well. I love my founder work, and there's a few founders here that I work with, and they know that about me. And again, normally they've just gone past the startup phase, and they're going through the bit in the middle, and actually they're needing support to be able to kind of design their business so that they can actually push through that work. But it goes back to the slide I said earlier as well, which is where I fundamentally believe that a business is made up 90% of founder and 10% actually the vehicle of business. Because actually we pour that energy into our business. We're the ones making the decisions, getting clarity on what we want to do. We're the ones pouring our passion and having to find the motivation inside of us to keep moving forward. And just another thing, I'll see how this lands in the room, but I actually don't believe in the word small business. I don't think there's anything small about what you are building at all. And I think when you say the word small, you put yourself in boxes. So I prefer to say independent business, because I find that lands so much better, and it enables people to take ownership of what they are building, so they can move through the bit in the middle, so they can actually build something that lasts. And that's kind of where I'm at.
Brilliant. I love that call to action. There is no small.
Independent business.
Zoe?
For me, mine's always been about challenging perception. So as I said, I started with boys and men in dance, and I started with a male youth dance company called Fuzzy Logic 25 years ago. And it was that moment, as I said, where not only did that participant change their perception, the parents changed their perception, the community around them, the people watching changed that perception. And there was just something so addictive for me about that we'd made something, created something, shared something that just moved a dial, like, tick, didn't have to be like huge, just a little bit. And the world was a slightly better place. I know that sounds a bit X-Factory, really, when I say it out loud. It's a bit cringy. But I think that's what my business model has been built on, is now our work at Zoe Logic is to reach those that have never experienced it and would never experience it, because I have stories where it has changed a life. It has given someone an opportunity to flourish in a way they didn't know that was expected. And if we have the opportunity to do that, why shouldn't we? It doesn't always mean it's been linear. You guys didn't know you were going to dance today, but I won because you all did. I got my kick today. It's like it doesn't mean it's direct around how like grabbing people to dance, but it's meant my work's moving to placemaking. So it's funded and it's supported by people who want stories of a place told, but don't know how to work with the community to do that, which is really great. And then it's led to me making shows about people's stories and projects, etc. And then the transferable bit into business is I'm now working as an executive facilitator in some businesses to unstick wherever they're at by driving action, because I live in an action-driven world. So that's brought a different type of customer to my world, really, which was a bit unexpected.
Brilliant, thank you. I wonder if there are questions in the room. Oh yeah, I see.
There we go. I was given a piece of advice maybe about 10 years ago. I've been in business for 15 years now, and it's been a bit of a roller coaster. And I really resonated with some of the things you guys have been saying. But the advice was to trust your gut and always go with your gut. So when there's a big decision, something feels really big and scary, and there's all of that noise that you guys spoke about, to just stop and listen to what your tummy is telling you to do. And so far, it has never failed me. So I just wondered if you would agree with that, or maybe a time where you've trusted your gut and your gut has been wrong. Yeah, I just would be interested to know, because it feels a little bit woo-woo, maybe. But yeah, it's always served me well. So for everyone, I guess.
I've done a bit of a talk around this recently, actually, because yes, it's 100% right. Every time I've trusted my brain, it's screwed up. Every single time I've gone, I knew that was going to, I know that feeling in you, I knew that was going to happen. So I categorically and physiologically know from some of the studies that trusting your gut is how I have got through each stage. And when I haven't, it hasn't worked.
Yeah. I agree, actually. I'm just going to share some bit.
Oh, there goes the water.
Oh no, are we okay?
It's okay, it's okay, tech team. It's
Tech
okay.
team, we're fine.
It's okay, tech team.
So one of the areas that I bring into my work is I've studied human design for the last 7 years, and I've done over about 700 different readings for human design. So this is, for anyone who doesn't know what it is, it's basically a blueprint. So it's like a map in terms of how your energy moves through your body. And one of the things that drew me to it, and that I absolutely really love about it, is that it helps you to understand that your mind is actually meant to help you make decisions for other people. To think about a challenge for other people, to maybe come up with suggestions for other people. But actually the answer for what you are looking for yourself always lies in your body, because your body as an asset is the most intelligent asset that we have. Now for some people, and it's about 70% of people, or of the population, actually will trust their gut. There's about 20% of the population where it's more like in the moment, it's more like a nudge. And so some people have nudges and may not think that they feel it in their gut. But we experience those intuitive moments in our body. That's known to us, and it does not steer us wrong at all. But your mind is meant to solve other things. So yeah.
Can I also say to others it might look like it's completely wrong.
Yes.
That's the battle we have. Yeah. The reality is we're trusting our gut, but the outside world are going like, no, never. And that's the bit you have to tussle with. Actually, it's not whether you trust it or not. It's the outside.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Go on, Sean.
yeah, I think I trust instincts, throughout my working practice. It's what joins dots for designing work and creating projects. So I'm not sure I use my head very often. I must do. But everything happens quite organically. It feels like it's a bit of an instinctive thing, and it's grown organically. And it's best when it's grown from something that felt right at the beginning, and then it grows. It makes its own decisions to get to where you're heading, and the formula's set up without you having to use your mind too much. Moments where I've not trusted my gut is probably the story that I just told about working for Live Nation, where it was wonderful on paper, and it's too good. It's too good to be true. But from that also, I learned a lot, and I learned how far I could stretch myself from that. So diverting a little bit, making good swimming from the sink was made me realise that I could manage a certain amount of teams at any given time, and not, week in, week out. And I knew, when to say no from that point, which is a good learning.
And it strikes me what you just said about instinct, and what you said, Effie, about the body, that connects to what you said, Zoe, about joy. Yeah. That joy as the kind of anchor point or the compass to come back to, that tells us what we need to know and kind of re-centers us when we're getting blown off course.
Yeah, the reality is if I'm not having a nice time, no one's going to have a nice time. That's what and that's been proven in some of the journeys I've been on, where it's a really hard place for me, and actually then it's a really hard place for the team. And there's two things I do: I lean into that, or I lie, and that's not fun for anybody. Pretending. So I think just tapping into it, or if I know, you've got to do something you don't want to do. whatever job that is. But just knowing that you might not like it is also okay, but you've got to do it. Then find the joy in that, because you can't avoid some of the tasks we've got to do. You can't not do the things we want to do and just joy all the time. That'd be lovely. But as long as I know that, all right, I'll find some joy in that I don't want to do, then, you know, strategy talks and spreadsheets and funding and, you know, I'll do it with donuts and sprinkles or something.
There's actually a word I really love. It's has anyone heard it? Glimmer. You know when someone says find a glimmer in the moment? It's that. Spec. Look for it. Find a glimmer. I love that. I think it's
really small.
Yeah. But it's there. They're always there.
Brilliant, thank you. Next question. I'm sure there are plenty out there. Oh yeah, I see a hand raised over there.
Thank you. Hello, I speak for the live stream. We have a question that says, have any of the panel built a business while still working a regular job? And if so, how did you structure your energy and ensure not to be stressed too thin whilst maintaining quality of both work?
Who'd like to go first?
It's a brilliant question. Go.
Yeah. Thank you, online peeps. I did have a full-time job at the same time. Some of you might know Global Rock. I know there's some few people in the room. Whoop, whoop. That's how I know you. I was going to say it early, but if you've seen this on a stage doing a red coat dance twice a day for like your whole teenage years, that was me. So I was running Global Rock for a very long time. And that was an awesome full-time job. But also I was a 22-year-old left in the UK to run it with an amazing team. And we found loads of joy in that. But when I knew my time was done, what I did was, the balance is I knew what that job took, and I didn't do the bare minimum. I still did like enough, but I didn't overgive. There's sometimes we'll give 150, 130. And as I started to grow up, I realised actually there were some points in that organisation where I was giving too much, and actually I didn't always have to give it to someone else. So I started to kind of just work out what I wanted, and then I squirreled away enough money to last me 1 year, and then I left, and I had 1 year to see if I would sink or swim. So that was the balance that I found whilst a full-time job. It was about the money in order to have the freedom to do it. It took a while, but it was worth it.
I really like this question, actually. I really do. And the reason for it is, yes, I did have a full-time job, pretty much for everything I told you about. So the whole doggy business thing, all of that, I was working in tech, so yes, I had a full-time job, and that was what I did at the weekend, but that was pre-baby. That was pre-family, very different time in my life. Dragon's Den business, that my big business, as I always call it, that one I actually built alongside a very, very demanding job at Marks and Spencer's, because at the time we were landing what was the biggest multi-channel programme in the UK. So I had 300 people in my team. So I was doing that and trying to work out how I was going to grow this business. So I would do that in the evenings and at weekends whilst also having a 7-month-old baby. So it was really tough. And then eventually I declined their offer to kind of move on to another role, and I took the payout that I was very fortunate to receive, and I was able to put that into my business. But there is another piece here. We always talk about business, full-time jobs as something we want to get away from. But actually during my healing of my burnout, after my den business, and when I was trying to find my feet again, and I was trying to rebuild my own confidence in myself, I returned back to consulting. I used to travel from the island to Milton Keynes for 4 days a week, away from my family, away from home. But I did it because I wanted to rebuild my confidence in myself that the business had actually I felt had taken from me, from having built something so publicly. So I returned back to what I knew to give myself those stable foundations so I could go again. And so I think of it as a blessing. I really do. I think it's a brilliant thing if you've had a career, if you've got skills that are transferable. If it's, it's not a bad thing to want to sometimes return back to it to fill your cup back up, because business is challenging. It ebbs and flows. It's a commitment. And often one of the things I find with founders, and I find it with myself, is we battle with that commitment because we want stability, which is what employment is supposed to give us. And we want that from our business, but actually businesses tend to ebb and flow a little bit more because they're so interlinked with us and our energy and what we're pouring into it. So I think for me, it was going back as well. And I think that's something I like to talk about, to just say to people, you don't have to step away from it fully. You can go back to it when you need to as well. And that's not a bad thing. But yeah.
Thank you. How about you, Sean? Have there been times where you've been needing to build something on the side?
It kind of comes back slightly to where I, mine was not treating myself as a business enough, probably. And that was as whimsical as the question that I handed over. And thank you for the answer I got back on number 7 or 8. But I guess not treating it as a business has, you've got to. I treat every single client as a separate business, and so you have to juggle. Then that's the juggle between a full-time job and some jobs are bigger than others, but you need to allocate the time, I guess. So my schedule and my diary runs my life essentially, so that I know that I'm making sure I'm fulfilling all of those contracts. But that doesn't help you jump from one ship to a separate business. But yeah, that's how I do it. I just have to make sure that I'm fulfilling my tasks and being honest with each of them up front, and not overcommitting, because I've been there and burnt, and let's not sink again. Let's keep swimming. But yeah, that thing of not overpromising, and so yeah, I can do that, and there's not enough time in the day to do that. So yeah, just trusting the numbers. There's enough hours. There's only so many hours in a day.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Zoe, you've got more to say.
I think we have to accept that it is hard, and that you've got to graft for it. And I think the minute I accepted that, again, I found the joy. But it is hard. So trying to find a utopia where it's not hard is something you're striving for. But actually, the reality is, yes, it's going to be difficult. Yes, you're going to be on the floor. Yes, you're going to hate it. Then you're going to love it again. And it's kind of like just surrendering a little bit to it rather than fight it is what's helped me not burn out as much as I used to. And I just think that, yeah, we should acknowledge that it is hard. And also, if you're an entrepreneur and I've got 2 other sidelines, I don't know how, they just exist. If you are someone who likes to generate ideas, that's also okay. Whether they take off or not, I don't know. But if you're an ideas person, then trying to fit you into one or the other also might limit something that might be like your life career down the line, who knows. But yeah, again, throwing things out at the wall, and it might stick or it might not. But I don't think anyone really has one job. Maybe you're lucky, but creatives, I don't think we do.
And I think that's interesting to hear. That's making me think also about what Jack said earlier about the origins of the Rebel Business School. I've forgotten the name of the guy who went to the Business Link sessions and kind of went, this isn't what I want to do, sit here and I want to get out there and do it. I guess that there's no one model, there's no one template, and that doing it your own way and making it work with whatever your own situation is the best way to make it work, rather than feeling like you've got to kind of be in a particular position in life or in relation to commitments. Brilliant, thank you all. Let's have another question.
I'd like to know whether, you must all experience fluctuations in confidence and how that affects you and what you do. Because I think when you're working on your own, you've only got yourself. So if you're not feeling confident in what you're doing, but you have to carry on doing it, it can be a pretty hard place. So any tips would be very welcome.
Great question. It was a good one to find the joy, find that moment. That resonated with me. When it doesn't feel right, you probably haven't nailed that the core essence of what it is, what bound you into doing that thing. So pushing for that, I think, is probably part of it. When your identities are also on the line, if it's bound into your work, that's something, the struggle that I always struggle, and that's also bound into this. So thank you for that workshop session. The thing of self-promotion and things like that, I am hopeless at social media. It was great speaking to Ewan, who's my partner, who also runs Rebel. It was great. I just basically talked at him for that session. That was great. But yeah, so separating yourself from everything, like as if everything's at stake all the time, That is something I haven't solved, but I am conscious of it, and knowing that it makes me stutter when I social media or self-promotion, or didn't stop me getting on the stage and talking to you guys. But it's but the idea of just, because I can talk to people, but I can't control the conversation if it's one-sided on the on computer and Instagram, and I'm not very good at that. And I surround myself in my general practice with people who are good at all of their jobs, that make my thing look right, and it all works when you've got a good band, you know. So probably I should probably trust that and realise that I need some help with that. Is what I've just done a full circle. Thank you all for coming. That solved it for me. Brilliant. Thank you. Yeah. Brilliant. Thanks. Yeah. I'll write that down in a second.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I think I'm a big believer in small steps. So if I'm having a moment, and also another practice that I do, and I actually mentioned on the slide earlier, was if I can feel that I'm doing something and I'm not feeling confident about it. And in fact, it happened this morning coming here when I went down a pothole on the way to Cows. I was a bit nervous about coming here, and I was doubting whether the bit in the middle would resonate and whether it's something to deliver. And it was really interesting because I do a couple of things. One was, well, what's the next small step that I'm going to take? Well, actually, I just need to work out how I'm going to get around the diversion to get here. That's the first step. And then the second was in the car before I came out. I literally asked myself, in this moment, what matters to me? And it was literally to come here and just share, and that was it. And I kind of trust that. I trust that process. But small steps for me has always been how I've navigated things, especially big things. And yeah, what matters to me in this moment, I always ask that question. There is also another thing which I sort of learned over the years, and it's more of a question to myself, which is that when I'm starting to feel lack of confidence, or I'm starting to feel fearful of something, or I'm questioning something, I literally will close my eyes, take a deep breath, and just say to myself, in this moment, what are you protecting me from? Because your inner system is actually trying to protect you from something. It's trying to keep you safe. And it's quite interesting. If you do that later, if you don't do it already, but do it later, like on your own or something like that, just trust what comes through and see what comes through, because it's fascinating what your body is holding in terms of like memories and things. And I've learned just these very sort of what feel like simple practices, but have actually had a huge, profound effect. And really that clears the path forward for clarity, which then, helps increase confidence and these kind of things. So I'm going to use the word woo because I love woo, and it is a bit woo, but actually I think it's really important. And I go back to 90% founder-led on your businesses because it's how you're made up. So yeah.
Brilliant, thank you.
My brain is so full with things. I've talked about going into the unknown, but staying there too long is really unnerving and can really take away all your confidence quite quickly. Sometimes when you put a stake in the ground, I found that actually going back to something I'm really familiar with really helps me. So I have a youth company, as I've said. They've trained on weekly for 25 years. And there'll be times when I'm working on these big projects where I haven't been in that space, doing the thing I started, which was creating movement and stories and telling. And I find that once I go back to something familiar, whether that's a routine with my well-being, a walk in the morning, something I eat better, or actually the activity of why I started, slowly my confidence comes back. But the reality is I had to realise it doesn't just switch back really quickly. It's a lot of self-work. So then I had to say to the world, like, I'm still here, but I had to just be a bit kinder to myself and go small steps. Okay, well, I achieved that today. Okay, well, I achieved that today. So going from these big things to these little things or these scary things, just coming back to something that made me feel really safe. Or I just ring my mum and rant. Just rant at someone and they may help or may not.
Or buy yourself a present.
Yes.
Like, seriously, buy yourself a present. Like, if you generate revenue, do these kind of things, buy yourself something and it means something. Like, love it. Honestly, brilliant.
I think the lady at the back's just decided she's now going to buy something. Did you have something
Have
you wanted
you?
to buy? Oh,
Well, there you
would be
go.
even better. Go print it on yourself. Yes, permission. Go.
Excellent. Thank you all. There's some real, things on our to-do list now as we leave the room. Where's the next question? Yep, one here.
Effie, when you were talking about the steps going into business, the looping in the middle, you also mentioned about thinking about getting out as the planning before going in. And I'm thinking about setting up business, and would never have been on my radar. Have you got any advice around that, or have you got any examples around that? And have anybody on the panel
Do you mean
as well?
are you talking about exiting?
Exiting, yeah.
So the reason I mentioned exiting is because we always have great aspirations when we have an idea, and especially being creative. I'm always full of all the ideas. So I kind of tend to jot them down. And and it's actually a little bit of what I was saying earlier about experimenting and things like that to test its viability. But I also think that when we're looking at a business, you'll often find when I ask the question, well, what do you want to do with it? Do you want to exit it? Are you wanting to hand it to somebody else? Do you want to eventually hire somebody else to run your business, and maybe you want to sit on the board? Do you want to collaborate with someone? Do you want to sell it? All of these different things. And it comes to a point you just mentioned, your identity is so intrinsically, I can't say the word, it's so fundamental to your business that actually if you can see the exit for it or a potential plan, and I'm not saying that's the way you constantly drive your business, but just have a view, then you'll notice that you'll start making decisions from a slightly different place, and you'll drive your business with kind of just that lens, just going, it's a possibility, it's something that I might want to do. But here's another point, actually, and thank you for asking this, is that when I talk about looping, it's often because we're playing the unwinnable game, what I call the unwinnable game. So the unwinnable game is when we're trying to determine an outcome on something and we want assurance that it's going to work. But there's no way you're going to know if it's going to work until you do it. And so therefore you are looping, you are playing the unwinnable game. And so when we're talking about exit and things like that, it's just a really lovely way of being able to bring yourself through that looping and actually say, there is a potential path here. I'm not sure how I'm going to get from here to here, and that's okay because that's part of the journey. But there's a potential path. So I don't know if there were some ideas there, but that's something there. Thank you.
Any comments from others about the exit strategy?
Yeah, I think when I moved into the commercial sector, that was the first thing people kept asking me, and I was like, exit what? My name's in the title. Like, how do I exit? And I just realised the difference between where creatives start, because we start from passion, and where businesses start when they start from turnover, bottom line, and a lifestyle. Like, they're just very different things. And in the same as what Effie's just said, the way I've started to think about my exit strategy is, what life do I want to live? And that made it slightly easier for me to navigate and go, what's the life I want to be in, and how do I want to be? And then it did the same sort of thing. I haven't solved it yet. My name's still on the T-shirt. Probably will be till I die. But the thought is there to my quality of life and how my business supports my quality of life, which was similar.
Sean, anything from a more kind of creative freelancer perspective? Is there anything?
I guess my job has an exit plan at the end of generally 3 months or however long we were on that project for. So I've kind of constantly got that refresh and reboot of going on to something else. Some projects go on for a few years, and some you grow organically with it, and it becomes more of a business that you're entwined with. So I don't know. Actually, I'm more in the game of trying to hold on at the moment, when I recognise that the ingredients are right and the people that I'm working with are right. My business is, let's do this more, let's do that more, rather than exit. Some you want to run and you exit some of those projects, but yeah, less and less, less and less. If that's quite right, but yeah, it's my interpretation of exit plan. Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you for the panel discussion, very insightful. This is an open question. What's been your favourite or best collaboration where somebody has met you in a serendipitous moment and your project has sparked into life?
Who'd like to go first? Sean, you look ready.
I'm poised, ready.
Okay,
on this
go,
one.
go.
So one of the best collisions I had in life was someone at the back of the room in a bar in Bilbao at my brother-in-law's wedding in Bilbao, where Pete was setting up the enrichment side of Punch Drunk, and they were looking for a designer. And I'd just come out of Motley not long before, and that set off a real bedrock of my work, my career, which is, it's a lot to say, but I don't say it lightly either. It kind of taught me it taught me just as much doing that about 6 or 7 years worth of writing projects. And I say writing because you had all the disciplines around the table and you wrote an airtight project. And I carry that through in almost all my work, regardless of which discipline it is. You set the formula and you make the concept airtight and you move on from that point. So that was quite a wonderful collision with large gin and tonics in a bar in Bilbao. Yeah. Cheers, Pete. He's behind the big telly at the back there. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's so many moments. But I think when you asked that, one thing came to mind. But it was before my business. It was before business in some sense. Many, many years ago, when I came out of university, I joined Hewlett-Packard, which I don't know if computers. And basically, I was brought into e-commerce. So that was that's a very long time ago, where we were sort of learning how to build e-com. And we were learning how to have multiple photos on a page. I mean, it was crazy compared to what we do now. And I remember we were in Munich and we were in this room and there were like just loads and loads of people there. And I was really young. And this wonderful lady, her name is Cara. And I know Cara still very much because she's still a mentor of mine to this day. And everyone was talking and she was asking all these different questions. And she invited me to speak. And in that moment, I was like, I remember it so clearly because in that moment, I was like this person that was in the background, right? Just because I couldn't quite believe I'd travelled to Munich. I was trying to be a businesswoman. I was doing all these different things in this room that I didn't quite feel I belonged in because I always knew I'm very entrepreneurial. I always knew I wanted to do something else. And she literally asked me to speak. She asked me my opinion and I gave it. And from that point onwards, I was then invited into different rooms, into different places. I was able then to participate in different events. I was able to travel and do lots of different things. So I'm very grateful for the career I've had. But I think it came back to that moment where somebody was my cheerleader. And when she was my cheerleader, it showed me the power of that. And so therefore I then carried that forward into hopefully everything I do. I hope, if nothing else, that's what you've got from today in terms of how I am. But yeah, that's for me really the thing. Which means I can spot when someone isn't a cheerleader. I'm just saying. No, I'm joking.
How about you, Zoe?
It's a beautiful question. Mine is a sense of community. I think Matt said it earlier, but building that sense of community around. And it's a global rock, which is brilliant because it's only called Global Rock on the island. It's called Rock Challenge everywhere else, which I love. Go Island. That was a huge community of people who all believed in the power of what we were doing. And you may not have met every single person involved, but everyone you did have the beauty of meeting. You knew we were all there to have a really good time. And I decided that it'd be really good in London to hold a world record attempt of the most people dancing all at once in unison. And I walked into the Lord Mayor's office and just said, so I've got this idea. And somehow they said yes, and we could take over out the front. I couldn't do that if I didn't know I had a community behind me. And I didn't really know if they were going to come. They came in their droves. And it was the era where there was not loads of mobile phones and computers. Literally, it was a couple of text messages and a fax, I think. And it was kind of that, look, we're doing this. Will you come with me? And the power of community is where I think I am now. Like when you build those people around you that really believe in what you do and you say, look, are you up for it? Most of them actually come with me. So I think that's my best form of collaboration, is finding those people that are your tribe and get your thing. And when you want to take a risk, they'll say yes. And they did.
That's beautiful.
Can I add a bit?
Please do.
So that the old, to come full circle, about 3 or 4 years ago, roughly timed with the conception of Isle of Wight Creative Network. Weirdly, it felt quite reassuring that that thing had come about at a certain time, where I was spending a lot of time away from home, and I did the maths and realised I've got like 4 summers left with my eldest daughter while she's still at school for summer holidays. I went, oh shit, if I spend all of them away, then, you know, I've just missed that chunk. And so I kind of wrote myself a little bit of a mission statement of saying, right, you're going to find work, you're going to do work at home, you're going to try and establish projects and things like that. And so, yeah, the Isle of Wight Creative Network happened. Through one of those early meetings, I met these guys for Shoreline Productions. I met Joe at the department and those guys. I helped design their first show and curate their first exhibition. These were projects that weren't there until I just kind of started colliding with local people. You can't do that, remotely. So yeah, and also we're now, Pete and I are and a team of other makers who have worked together in various places all over the world. This year we've come to, we're producing a company, we're creating a company called the Someone Survivors Society. And that's going to be part of the Can You Hear Us? Woo! Shout out, yeah, right. So yeah, we're collaborating with people on the island, and it's a project and a company that's gonna, we're trying not to make just one project, but keep something that can keep moving, and that's us realising that. Pete, I hope Pete doesn't mind me saying, but he's roughly come home this year as well as a maker and a theatre maker. Our other collaborators found themselves locked down here, and an in-law's home, and they have become adopted Isle of Wighters, and so they're enthused about making work here as well, and so yeah, so it's projects like this also that bind that together and promote that and make it happen. Yeah, I think that was the full circle. Because, Pete's involved. It kind of hung in there with the first story as well. But, yeah, recognising what's good and, and how it influences the rest of your life and how you combine those things together. It's getting a bit savvy on making those two things work together. It's only taken about 15 years, but getting a little bit better at it. Yeah, trying.
Always learning.
Always
I think
learning.
That's the thing, yeah. A question at the front here.
It's not quite the front.
Knowing what you know now, what's the one piece of advice you'd give your younger self in your first year of business to save time, money, stress?
It's not a good question. No, it's a good one.
It's a really good one, because I actually would want her to go through everything I've been through. Sorry, I just would. I don't want her to cut corners or be more efficient or all those kind of things. I just don't. I want her to have this journey, and I actually do tell her that sometimes because I am woo. Yeah, because it is a journey, and it will continue to be one. I don't intend to hang up anything soon, so I'm intent on building the next piece that I want to build. And so, but I think I would say to her that it's okay. It's okay to kind of keep going. It's okay that you will sometimes get knocked. It's okay that sometimes you may have to lean on other people. It's okay that sometimes you may have to ask for help. Like, it's okay to do all of those things. It's okay to return back to your job as well, if that's what you need. I mean, there was so much stigma around that, you know, you build a big business and you've gone back to your job. No, I did, because it was a great thing to do. So I would actually say that to her. And sorry, that was why I was like, couldn't quite answer it, because I'm grateful for it. So grateful for it, all of it. So there's nothing there I would actually tell her to do different, because I actually think it's probably part of our path. And that's that. For me, anyway. So, I don't know, you might say something.
No, it's really similar. I think if I really drill it down, I would say don't change what you're doing because others say you should. I was told to dampen down my enthusiasm because I look naive. Well, thank you very much. I did that for a bit, and it was a very unjoyous life. So I think I would say to myself, don't dull yourself down, because you might come across to other people as not serious when I totally am. I just happen to do it with a smile on my face.
Yeah, and wear the shoes, right?
Yeah.
Because I was actually in a board meeting once, and lady literally came up to me and said, and some people might have story, came up to me and said to me, Effie, in order for you to be taken seriously, straighten your hair and don't wear such bright coloured shoes. This was many years ago. So now I'm like, wear the shoes. Wear the shoes, make that hair curly, you know, pull out that blinking seat and sit at that table and use your voice. And that's what I would actually probably tell her. Your shoe passion is great, enjoy it. Like, it's fine. Quite frankly. Like,
I guess mine would be to accept help when it feels like you're submerging, or you can't handle that aspect of your business. You can't all be, not all business can be done by. We're not all superhuman solo business runners, owners. As a practitioner, I know that I can't manage every single facet, so I have to, lean on people who are very good at that particular thing, and whatever the budget allows, I know if the more I do lean on someone who's a specialist in that particular area, I get more to do what I can do, and what I do best is when I don't have to do that bit so much. There's your non-specific areas of what I can and can't do.
Again, I think your point connects with what was said this morning, perhaps by Nikki, about wearing all the hats.
Yeah.
And that the important thing is to be able to hold on to the bit that only you can do, or the bit that you do best, and the importance of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Value to it. Yeah.
Ask for help. It's a big motto of mine.
Yeah.
Ask for help. Who can you ask for help?
Yeah.
This is always good to bear in mind. Do we have any more questions? Any online, Sam? Any in the room? Are we all questioned out? Okay. Well, in that case, I'm just going to invite everybody to give this beautiful panel a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
I'll let you guys go.
Yeah.
Dismount.
Grace, if possible.
Thanks, nice one. Oh wow! Yeah, you just gave him a big round of applause. But can we just do another one? Is that okay? 'Cause, yeah, honestly, such a great panel. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. You've touched on so many things here, which I have multiple conversations with creatives all the time. I run the Creative Network. I didn't mention that. I just thought that was you might know. But there's over 200 members, and we come across all sorts of things around the bit in the middle, about burnout, about building those networks and collaborations. And so today's really about just exploring all of that. So I hope today's giving you some insight into that, some inspiration. And we are, talking about cheerleaders, we are your cheerleaders, and we are always cheerleading you on. And I hope that you're doing the same for each other as well. I just want to note, actually, Effie Moss will be running sort of a mini half-day workshop session here in Building 41 on the 30th of April on the bit in the middle. It's not on our website yet, but it will be very, very soon in the next few days. So please look out for that. And Alice Scott-Hawkins as well will be running a session later on in May. So there will be more opportunities to gather insights from these amazing speakers. I just want to say thank you so much to our media team, to Skinny Mammoth. Woo, yeah, go on. Thanks, guys. You've been amazing. They're island-based, they're phenomenal, and they do such a great job. And you can watch this back or tell people to watch this back. Eventually, the recording is online, and it will be online, and we'll put all the links up on our website as well. And a huge thank you to the Isle of Wight Council again for use of this building, to supporting the creative community on the island, and to Arts Council England as well for their continued support. We wouldn't really be here without them, but we also wouldn't be here without you. You are here, and we're here, all part of this big, ginormous supply chain. That sounds horrible. Supply chain. A creative community, a creative ecosystem. So that's better. So let's go with that. Just again to note the optional focus tables. If you're joining Alice, you'll be over there, sort of just past where Sam is. Sam with the purple hair pointing there. If you want to join Nikki's table, it will be the table just sort of behind Zoe, the higher table there. And then for Effie, the bit in the middle will be that middle table there. So it just all makes sense. It should have a poster on it. So if you're joining, or if you haven't joined, just float over there, just go there. And and of course, a massive thank you to you guys. Really, thank you so much for being here, for turning up, giving your time, your ideas. Keep connecting, keep collaborating, and of course, keep being creative and give us your feedback as well. Thank you. There should be a little QR code on that welcome pack that you've got. You'll see it here. Just give that a little scan. We'd love to hear what you think. And we would love to know how we can keep doing these sessions for you. And have a lovely rest of the day. Cheers, guys.